announcement. Alright, good morning. This is Jupiter Exile, and today we're playing Lobotomy Corporation. This is a fairly new monster management simulator. I am going to be jumping into the tutorial to figure out kind of what's going on here. It looks as though there's some am I on a different language support? What's in the options here? Yeah, okay. It defaulted to a different language. It's pretty weird. Like, save that. Okay. And this is on first startup. I guess there's probably a foreign developer then. Okay, yeah. Tooltips. No, we're fine. Backer abnormality. I guess that's things that are made by. No. Okay. We're gonna drop the music volume by a bit. You don't need it to be too crazy. Okay, now for the tutorial. Management. Here we go. Yeah, the last time I looked at this game was a long while back. It had like a whole different art style at that time. Okay, here we go. Hello, manager. Welcome to Lobotomy Corporation. You're responsible for managing the abnormalities we have and ensuring that we meet the daily energy quota. Okay, move the camera with WASD, or you can drag the mouse, zoom in and out. When you hover your mouse over an agent, you get some information, and you can select them. Okay, please view the section titled The Agents for more details about the information. They have Fortitude, Prudence, Temperance, and Justice as their stats. Huh. Okay, Fortitude derives HP, Prudence derives SP, Justice derives their physical stats, and Temperance seems to be how hard they work, more or less. Work success and work speed. Left of the screen is the amount of energy you need. It's actually a pretty neat soundtrack. Top right corner lists what missions you can attempt. Manager education. Company produces energy when a product called positive enkephalin, PE, a green box, is released by an abnormality. An abnormality generates PE boxes when it is being worked on. Let's check on the containment unit. Sure. Instant work satiates an abnormality's physiological needs and desires. When an agent does this, they get more fortitude, raising their HP. Okay, and this room appears to heal people, I would guess, based on that green bar. If your employee is not mentally ready, abnormalities may appear more frightening or disturbing to them, and they may take fear damage, which will get their SP sanity points, which is based on that prudence stat, okay? Either respond positively or negative. However, if it reacts negatively, it releases negative enkephalin instead and damages the agent. Okay. Abnormality's mood might change depending on the outcome of the work done with it. This outcome can be predicted based on the amount of PE boxes we obtain. 3 states of response: good, neutral, and bad. Depending on the outcome, it may use a special ability or try to escape. In addition, they produce towards the daily energy quota. They produce a set unique to them. They are stored, and this lets you study it further or extract EGO equipment. After work has been completed, you cannot send an agent to work with it for a short period of time. Okay, you can send them to work on other things or get them healed. Whenever the department regenerator gauge fills completely, they get healed for health and sanity. Got it. And that's the counter. Work with a new method. Click on the agent. Primary mouse. Then use the secondary mouse to send him here. Insight work. Okay. So we've got instinct work and insight work. You seem to have collected a sufficient number of PE boxes. Time to learn about observation. Press the nameplate at the top. At the moment, it's a number instead of a name. And now we're going to get the name. Very little. And, okay, so we unlock this. Okay. Yeah, this is a standard training dummy rabbit. If there is something the abnormality dislikes, it can result in a decrease of its cleave-off counter and cause problems with the rest of our energy production. Please make sure you unlock and read the encyclopedia. Create a preference for a certain work type. The more successful the work process will be, the virtue level an agent needs to perform that level of work. Instinct, insight, attachment, and repression. We'll also inform you on whether an abnormality is capable of escaping, as well as its damage resistances when it does. Knowing what an abnormality is weak to will be crucial in handling an escape. Okay, so escape information up here. Maximum counter 1, and it's weakest to the top right stat. No, these are damage types. It's not quite the same. Okay, so once you know all this stuff, you can build things based on this. Oh, I see. It only costs 1, but you can manufacture it 5 times. Got it. Or you have a capacity of 5 of them. You can view what EGO the gift the abnormality may present to an agent. If this information is unlocked each time an agent finishes the work, they will have a possibility of receiving this. It's very slim. Okay, so he can give you a hat. And this has the story of the abnormality. Okay, so we can read more about our creepy monsters. Once we have creepy monsters. So, attachment work would be this here. It's instinct, insight, attachment. Attachment is based on temperance. Each time an agent enters a containment unit, the cleave-off meltdown gauge will fill. Okay, and that's up at this top left. When it fills completely, you get this effect throughout the facility. When that occurs, the containment unit will have a timer. Slowly drop until it reaches 0. It's already being worked with. Okay, so I have the 60 seconds on the meltdown for that. Each time it occurs, the meltdown level increases. The higher the meltdown level, the more places will be subject to that. Okay. And then you finish the work day. Any agent who's performed work will have their status values increased according to the work they performed, After they get to a certain point, they level up their virtues. Their level can increase if their virtues are high enough, which will cause a promotion. Okay. Okay. Next tutorial. Figuring it out. Alright. When a mission is successfully completed, you can conduct a research project. Proposals are displayed at the start of each day during deployment. To select a research project, click and drag it to the open slot at the lower right and click Proceed. You can see the total amount of LOB you garnered up here. Okay, so you spend this to hire agents. Adjust their virtues by clicking on the arrows next to each one. If you wanted somebody with more fortitude, you can bump them. Okay, cool. And they cost more when you do. Sure. Look at their information. Strengthen employee. Does white damage. Clicking one of the empty slots. I see, okay. EGO suits, okay. Sure. Not the way I would have designed an equipment interface, but alright. It appears there is a mission today. Necessary to clear every mission you have immediately, handle them soon so that you'll be able to conduct research the following day. Rework processes will be advertised. Any further questions? F1 key for the manual. Okay. So deployment is done at the beginning of the day to like kit out everything. Okay. There's the counter. It will decrease if you happen to violate the managerial guidelines or fail to avoid a meltdown. You must be wondering what happens if it drops to 0. Have an agent perform repression work. Yeah, hardly matters which one. We have some randos running around that are not our agents. Interesting. It's escaped its containment unit. Okay. When its counter reaches 0, they will either escape or use a special ability. Happen to escape, so we need to suppress it. So we click on it. 4 different damage types. Okay, got it. The damage type is either health damage, sanity damage, both damage, or percentile damage. red damage and is weak to white damage. Attack type red, defense type weak to white. Yep. Okay, so an up arrow means we resist that, a down arrow means we're weak to it. Tef is greater than Zayn. Okay, so yeah, higher grade abnormality gear works better. Go get him. They may receive fear damage if there is a difference in their level. But it's calm right now. Bonk. Bonk. Yeah, that'll take a while. Yeah. Click and drag to assign more, and send them all after it. Typical stuff. Okay, so after this, we should be wrapping up the tutorial, and we can get into like more of the meat of things. Yep. Do the interns have to put it back away? Why did that jitter so much? Oh, that person just freaked out. What are you doing? Let's see. When an employee's sanity falls to 0, a panicked employee show different behaviors based on their highest virtue. If you want to learn more about this, please refer to employee panic. Okay. Agents can be recovered from their panic when their SP is restored completely. They can be restored with white or black ego weapons. Currently, we all have white damage. Okay. Alright, so... Please suppress the panicking employee. Give them a couple bonks with your encouraging sanity mallets. Okay, got it. Yada yada yada. Okay. So I am concerned for a couple reasons. Yeah, let's see. Call all our agents back. A recall button that pulls everybody back. Okay, that's handy. But I clicked the main menu, so that popped up and then, like, wasn't important. Okay, escape menu, yada yada. Okay, here we go. Now we're back to the main menu. So, I am concerned that none of that tutorial taught me about, like, making new rooms, or pulling in new people, so let's see what happens. Yeah. Let's see what we can do. It feeds on the evil that seeps out during conversations between people. Hello, X. I give you a warm welcome to Lobotomy Corporation. Angela, an AI assistant. I was born from one of the wings of the world. Okay. Not going to read all of this stuff. It's not spooky enough. Yeah, I actually understand more or less what the company's about. We contain things. And we're filling out an encyclopedia of weird monsters. Harvesting processing. Systems continually updated. There's a new update to the system right before you arrived. The working conditions have been improved upon compared to those of your predecessors. Are you saying that the game was updated? concept of patience. Yeah, maybe not. Let's talk to one of their AIs. I should introduce her. She'd be an AI to assume head control of each department. If I were to be considered the cerebrum, they would be the cerebellum. Most trustworthy companion. Okay, so we've got different AIs that run stuff. Is this an AI or a person? Got a Sephiroth in the background. Okay, very, very occult. Manager, please make sure to remember that your primary goal is harvesting energy from the abnormalities. Yep. 23 work processes. Okay. Each day you will need to expand one department. Sure. Alright. I think we've got through a lot of the basic hurdles. Let's play the game. Memory repository imprinted. Okay. We've got one person, and we've got let's just hire 3 people. Okay, and we have here some kind of floating skull thing. Yep, it's like a skull and a cross thingamajig. Action sequence. Okay, we're getting pretty bad results here. Oh, we learned a little bit. Okay, so it looks like Instinct is going to give us pretty mediocre results with this entity. So this person's going to have to get healed up, I would expect. I can't tell what their current SP is. Is it that orange meter that's almost full? I think it might be. Anyway, oh no, the orange meter is my selection. Okay. Insight check it. We got 5 boxes. Proceeding towards a meltdown. We don't know what the actual counter is for this guy. It may have a positive effect on employees. It awaits humanity's sin. It looks like this kind of interfacing works well with this entity. Very well. So, can I keep going beyond the quota? Because I had a mission to go through 3 interactions, not just 2. It may be best to send an honest employee to interact with him. Okay. And I got the 3rd bar there at this point. I can now look at the information about this abnormality based on these 24 unique boxes. Okay, so this is 1 sin and hundreds of good deeds. Okay. Managerial guidelines. It will restore the employee's mental state when the work result is good. Feels a bit refreshing. After the maximum number of boxes was produced, it restored the mental health of every employee in the department. Cool. Okay. Oh, a higher level of insight produces a bad result. So low-level insights work well with this. Okay. You can acquire a penitence hat. We can't learn about its escape information yet. It's 10 boxes to manufacture a suit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, instinct works very poorly with it. Attachment works very well with it at all times. Got it. Okay, attachment is going to be the key thing for it. And we learned some more about its weapons as well. So that would be the workday. Okay. Moving to the next day. Okay, so this feels a lot more like kind of almost turn-based procedural, more so than expected. Okay, and now I get to select from more different entities. This is a recording of the day we must never forget. She was so talkative before, yet in the end, loneliness was the only listener. However, the curse continues eternally, never broken. We're going to go along with a recording that must not be forgotten. What part of the motto do you prefer? I would prefer build the future. The future is inevitable, but never undecided. One may simply lie atop the sand of the future. I get the feeling that at some dramatic moment, this character's going to open their eyes and it's going to be like glowing red. Let's see. An employee has resigned. Good job. You do know what it means to resign here. It means you die, obviously. I really do like this background music. It's so chill. Perhaps unnaturally chill, given the circumstances. Covered a joint emergency protocol drill. Not a single dropout or injury. Everyone did a good job. Huh. Alright, next mission, Simplify. Your job isn't just to keep the abnormalities in control. Okay, we want 4 good results. Okay, I have to keep expanding the control team. Okay. We have a research proposal. So we have the recall scattered agents to their home department, order agents to work in other departments, and game speed acceleration. Game speed acceleration could help me get to the meat of things faster. So we'll do that. Yeah, go ahead and research that. Okay, and we've still got the entity from yesterday, so we're still working on that. We can hire a new employee. Let's see, given how this one responds, I'm going to give him a dedicated worker, and you're coming in, and I want to strengthen one of these employees. And this one has more HP, despite more HP and less attack speed. Huh, despite not having an actual visible difference in those qualities. Sure, let's just do stuff for a bit. Greatest ordeal, none. Ordeals will appear as the workday proceeds. Okay, that's something we haven't interacted with yet. Okay, so we want somebody to perform attachment work, which is going to be the new guy. And over here, we're going to start instinct work with basic employee. We need to get 30 boxes. Okay, so I know that's going to work fine. Here, we don't even know what we're dealing with. Apparently, we can't look at it. Since a twinge of sadness and rage looms over the entire containment unit. Okay, we're getting mixed results there. Okay, there's one good work result. And I'm just going to keep having that same guy keep working on that same thing, because that works fine. Whereas over here, I'm going to switch somebody else off. Yep, and I've got half the energy requirement for the day now. One more work order may cause something to happen. Over here, I can get the escape information. He doesn't escape. It can't happen. So over here, we're going to begin insight work through Johnson, who has a slightly higher insight level. That was actually not a top result, despite having a high affinity. Yep. Meltdown. Somebody is working on this. Alright, so we want to continue the attachment work through this person. Got some boxes, but we still can't see the escape information or even the basic information about whatever the heck this is. Yeah, this isn't going well. Technically gotten completion on the workday, but I want to know more. So we're going to perform an attachment study via Dakota, and over here, attachment through this guy. We can learn more about this. We can actually manufacture some of this stuff. It'll take 15 to manufacture the other thing. And as we've reached the observation level 4, we get better work success chances and work speeds. Over here, I need 2 more unique boxes. So the workday is complete, but I can spend however much time I want within the workday? That's kind of weird. I guess it's just a matter of pressing these meltdowns, which become steadily worse. 1 containment unit will be affected by the next meltdown. I want to get the 1 more good work result so I can queue up a research. And we can now manufacture that. Over here, I can get the basic information. We're dealing with 1.76 megahertz. That's what this thing is. The higher the agent's fortitude was, the lower their success rate. Okay. Violent tendencies flare rapidly. When the work result is normal, you lower your kind of overflow chaos counter thing. Okay. So I haven't tried repression work on this. And I want to make sure it's a low fortitude employee. So, Johnson. And I can continue working with this, but there's no further point in working with this today. Okay, This is cleaf off 3. So it's when this counter hits 0 that some nasty stuff happens. So long as there is somebody working at the location where the alert occurs, it seems that it's fine. Yeah, I'm really going to have to figure out the work affinities based on the unique boxes. So repression seems to have worked okay. Yeah, a normal result degrades our kind of overflow meters, so that's pretty good. Oh my goodness, this thing has a lot of managerial guidelines. Like a lot. And you get them one at a time. I think the work preferences are probably more important. So it seems like instinct is probably bad with this. Insight's bad, got it. Oh. This is like... we've got the counter ticking down now because nobody's working on it. Gotta get him over there. And then he goes to work with it and the counter's gone. He's nervous walking into the room. That's different. We cleared the Semper Fi requirement. Let's get him calmed down. Oh wow, everybody's sanity is decaying a bunch, just trying to chase after him. What's up with that? Can they all stop? Look, all of you just hang out in the main room. Like, what are you up to? Okay, and now everybody's kind of gone nuts. All at the same time. And one of them died. Okay, I'm gonna restart that workday. Because that was super weird. Why did everybody take sanity damage for following the guy who was crazy and trying to suppress him? I have no understanding of how that happened. Okay. Now we want attachment. And over here, I think we probably want repression. I normally don't like rewinding time in games like these. But I have no understanding of how that actually happened. So when I click on a character, I really can't tell what their, like, current stats are. Like, do I need to... Oh, this guy actually has a, he actually got the penitence hat now. Neat. Oh, and I actually got a good result with this entity via repression. Okay, here I can see their stats. But with just clicking on them, I can't tell. I guess I can only tell when I've clicked on somebody in the context of a work group. Okay, this is the first level meltdown. It's happening over here. This thing can't escape, so I'm not too worried. Yeah, I get the escape information first. That puts me at observation level 4. Send the agent back over there. Okay, Q and E can slow down or accelerate the gameplay. That's good. Normal result there. Gaining information, basic. Repression work goals. High-level repression is effective. I want to make sure I get both of the equipments for this manufactured. Yeah, he's got an X over his counter because he just can't escape. Yeah, it eats like half the sanity of whoever goes over there, it looks like. So if I send the same person twice in a row, they're gonna get messed up. We've got the counter down to 2 on that. Over here, we're gonna get the work lists. Okay, attachment's never gonna work. Repression is okay. This thing's difficult to work with. Uh-oh. Okay, well, she's dead, and we're gonna call that acceptable this time through. Sometimes these things happen. She went nuts, and that's that. We still got our goal cleared, so... So yeah, sometimes the sometimes that radio frequency drives people crazy. It's just a thing. Okay, everything will be peaceful while you're under the fairy's care. Curse continues currently. Dude, your little angel is gnawing on our colleague's finger. Let's see what that is. Greetings. 3 days now. I don't know if there's any point to these question segments. I think it's just to put you in a certain mindset. And you did it flawlessly. Yeah, sure. It feels a little cheap that I can have a meltdown going and I can end the day, and also that I can push beyond end day and I don't have a strict timeline. There's some peculiar choices here compared to other management games. Complete 8 work processes in containment units under Kleepoff. Control department, Okay, yeah, assembly summons, or... I don't understand what this means, so I'm going to get that researched. Okay, this is a second level anomaly, which is why it's so much harder for me to work with. It seems as though hiring new agents is not as valuable as having, like, singular agents that are very effective. For instance, repression is what's effective against this. I don't have enough to promote his justice. How about your justice? Is there any? Cancel out. Click on another employee. Strengthen. It's just expensive. It's more expensive than increasing fortitude or prudence. Interesting. That's right, fortitude and prudence increase naturally if a character is taking damage. character has a lot of sanity to work with. Is that because that's because I bumped his prudence. So, yeah, let's make sure we have at least one employee who is tough. We've got one employee who is sane, and one employee who's dedicated to working with that one guy. And I can't hire somebody new who's ready to do this. If we're going to be working with 3 anomalies... I'm just going to hire a goon, and we'll see if they die, whatever. So now we have some gear. So this is a good suppression type of thing. We have one of them available. So let's see. Usage requirements. Okay. You earned this stuff, so you get to use it. Yeah, and they're all the levels of Zayn, Tef, He, Wow, and Aleph. Okay. Gotcha, and you've got upper layer agents, middle layer agents, and lower layer agents as you go. So that'll get a lot more complicated over time. Alright, so over here, first things first, we begin attachment work via this character. Over here, we want to go through repression work. We're going to send the high sanity guy out to do that. And over here, we're going to do instinct work with the newbie, because, you know, he's expendable. We'll accelerate the time for a bit. So, working with 1 sin and hundreds of good deeds is going to let us slowly build up some extra gear to work with. Also, good results with that entity make everybody else calm. This employee is nervous because they're working with something that's beyond their pay grade. Over here, we can manufacture more gear. Let's see. I would like to continue the attachment work. Oh, this guy is getting murdered. Can I make him leave? Can you get out? I don't think he can. Nope, he's locked in there until the work is done. Okay, we're at the first level of the meltdown. Are you even alive? Okay, how much? 12 to know what that thing is. Alright, sometimes that's the way of it. Okay. Yeah, the best results here are going to come through repression. Let's see. 7 boxes. I can learn more about the guidelines. Violent tendencies. Oh, interesting. When the work result is bad, your containment counter lowered... Oh, I see, I see. You want the count to stay high. If the count lowers, that's the thing getting closer to, like, escape. Oh, somebody has to pop over here and pay attention to this because of the meltdown. We'll just send the guy who's particularly good with that. And then over here, we want to perform repression work via our highly sane guy. And then over here, this is super dangerous. We were performing instinct work previously. We'll perform insight work via our healthy gal. This dude over here is nervous. Getting promotion seems tricky. Good results there, and manufacture more gear. Clear benefit level 2. Currently increasing movement. I don't know how I got that extra benefit. Go figure. Okay, we got enough energy to complete the workday. If we want to settle for mediocrity. I want to know at least what this thing is before I end the day. It got out, of course. And it killed somebody. Can I just end the workday and everything will be okay? Did it go back away? Is it loose? I have genuinely no idea what's going on. Alright, and I still don't get to know what it is. Because not enough people have been fed to it yet. That is rough. Okay, if I get up to level 4, I can get more success chance. I kind of need to know the escape information on it. Yeah, tough. Yeah, it looks like it went back inside. Oh yeah, I can kind of see it now. It's like a little puppy. A little murder puppy. That definitely killed one of my people. I will trigger a meltdown if I put in another work order. Okay, yeah, so it's a risk management type of thing. Hey, good morning. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, we're playing this Lobotomy Corporation thing. I've only been having about one person a day die, so there's that. So I kind of want to keep up the repression work over here, but if I get a meltdown here, I could lose another employee. No, I think I can end the workday if the meltdown starts. So let's see. If I commit Johnson to repression work, and I commit Yurasensu to attachment work over here, a meltdown will trigger. It's over here, an agent's en route, that'll be fine. Yeah, he can work with that calmly, and I can learn more about 1.76 megahertz. I don't actually even know how threatening this thing is. Actually, I could send this other newbie in again. So, attachment work with this guy. Because if he dies, who cares? I lose like 1 LOB. For hiring a new chump. How do you get out? It doesn't escape. But it might have some kind of ability though. Okay, when somebody panicked during the work, the counter lowered. When the work result was good, the counter increased. When all the boxes were released as positive, the counter increased by 2. Surveillance camera detected various noises emitting around the facility. Occurred after the pre-fault counter reached 0. Okay, so when the counter hits 0, something happens. The number of sections affected by the noise steadily increased until the pre-fault counter was... That's why that one day, one person panicked, and it caused everybody in the entire facility to take sanity damage. When this counter hits 0, it sanity damages everybody in the facility. Ow. Well, now I know how that works. Okay, let's see. We have more tolerance in this counter. Oh, and we can know what this is now. Okay, it is this. It is this thing. Yeah, and it just hurts to work with it. I need to find out its work preferences. I know it can escape. I saw it happen. Okay. What happened to the guy who was working with it? Where'd he go? Oh, he died. Yeah, he's dead. All right, we're done. We're done for the day. Yeah. Okay. The survivors leveled up. Good on them. Trumpet end first trumpet. I don't know what that is. Oh, I see. That's probably like when bad things happen, I guess. Yeah, alright. We're moving along. We'll try and get better at this as we go. I'm gonna refresh my coffee. Okay, so the difficulty of the game doesn't disappoint so far. It's balanced so that if you don't send people to their death, you're not going to get as much information as you can, so that's tricky. Yeah, So, Lobotomy Corporation is a monster management simulator inspired by SCP, where you are going to get these bizarre unknown entities, and you need to harvest energy from them by interacting with them, but they're all dangerous and horrible. You know, I wonder if the level is defined by the letter that's preceding. So T is a Teth, O is the low-level thing. This bracelet shall not forgive those who hold greed in their hearts. Thus it must only be worn by those in true need. So I'm going to try and lower the strain on things right now. You take pride in what you do. This recent news will change your mind. The rate of energy output has increased by 13%. It's a record-breaking percentage. I can take pride in that. You lost an employee for the first time yesterday. In fact, many more shall follow. Telling you this just in case you were unexpectedly shocked. 3 cheers for the deceased. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, so this is another Teth level threat. We don't know what this threat level is. We can equip some EGO to Johnson, as well as some new people. We've got 4 lob points. I still don't know how to deal with this one. Johnson's justice is increased, which should make him good at dealing with this other threat. He's also got the prudence to deal with the sanity loss. We need to hire somebody else. We need to hire somebody with HP. Like, so just have some fortitude, man. Yeah, I need to hire one person with fortitude who is going to be responsible, theoretically, for managing this little guy. And we've got 2 more that I'm going to hire on. I can't increase... Oh, I can increase temperance with that as well. Let's see. Temperance makes them, like, theoretically better at working. I don't know. We'll go for it. And that person will be responsible for the new thing, whatever the heck that is. So now we want to go into egos. We will be equipping. So these cause white damage and a chance to recover. Ooh, to know means to understand. We successfully extracted the archetype and materialized it. The eye sockets of the hollow skull stare into sins, and the crown of thorns cast blame. Those who are willing to spill blood for the greater good will be readily given approval for its use. Though this weapon is not as strong as other weapons in our possession, it provides psychological comfort to the wielder. However, it is useless to those who do not know justice. That should be actually very effective on this guy. And we will incidentally hand it off to another one of ours, because it's a very good suppression weapon to deal with people who've gone crazy. As for the suit details, you have a chance to heal sanity when receiving red or black damage. Conventional firearms were ineffective against abnormalities. Using them was as futile as cutting water with a knife. That was when we asked ourselves, if abnormalities are materialized from the unconscious, it may be possible to extract a piece of it back from them and turn it into a weapon. The crown of thorns will sometimes protect the wielder's soul. The thorns may momentarily hurt as they anchor your soul to reality. The suit will be no better than rags to those who have no sense of guilt. We'll go ahead and give you this to try and keep you alive, because it'll reduce the red damage he takes so that he can, maybe, like, survive somewhere. Actually, that's a better reason to hand it off to this person. Because they're going to be working with the dangerous anomaly. They're going to be working with the anomaly that has killed 2 people. Alright, let's see. So that's good for EGOs. I suppose we're going to start now. So, over here, let's see, I have not revealed their work stuff yet, so this is going to be worked on by, I have good feelings about attachment. Gregory is going to start work on that. Regarding the megahertz, repression is ideal. I want to send Johnson over here, attachment work with Yuta-sensu. And for our new thing, it's going to be Mason. Wait, what? This looks different. Order usage. Oh, because it's an object instead of a thing? Like it's not a creature? Okay, so we're nervous on the way in. Getting some pretty bad results. Oh, this only has a counter of 2. Ugh. So, what just happened? He's wandering around. Okay. So we got some bad results there. That thing is likely to get out if I interact with it again today. Instinct work is the best work to do with it. Cool. So I learned a thing. So once that employee is fully healed, probably going to send her back. The luminous bracelet. As for this over here, I learned it's an unescaping entity. It's 30 boxes to make this, which is the noise suit. It's very good at enduring sanity or white or black damage. So let's see. Repression is still the most effective thing here, and Johnson's still the best at managing this particular entity. I don't know what is up with this bracelet. Mason stopped moving. This bracelet, equipable. Bracelet gives us a soft turquoise light. When it is worn, all wounds are healed. Starts regarding fortitude will greatly increase. Continually recovers. Okay, something. Mason just died. Mason was the one wearing the bracelet. The bracelet killed him. How did that happen? Oh man, he like popped. Okay, I get the feeling that it overhealed him and that he needs to like take damage. I can't order the usage of that. That's... Ugh. Whatever, wear it, you're healthy. It has no weapon, it has 1 armor, so we want to get repression work done by Johnson, so we can continue unlocking that armor. Okay, now that she's equipped it, and she's got this going on, instinct work via Gregory. He's got plus 15 there. Yeah, I'm thinking that the person who's wearing that probably needs to be taking damage. Probably don't have the luxury to keep on working with this thing. I'm also going to cause a breach when that work starts. It started over here, somebody's working on it, so that's fine for a bit. I need to clip somebody back over there in a bit. We've got that done. So, repression work through Johnson. Yeah, he's fine. Okay. Got it. You just click for them to return the gear. Okay. I kind of want to just end the workday as soon as I can. I need to know more about this thing. So, if Instinct works at all levels of Instinct, then we don't need to worry about it. Wov's Instinct work the most. Please don't do work other than Instinct with him. When the work result was bad, yeah, recruit decreased. Yeah, that's pretty normal. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the luminous bracelet was returned to its location. I've learned more about it. However, to wear this bracelet, even when one has not a scratch left on their body, is an act of greed. The wearer will die if any attempt to return luminous bracelet is made before they are fully healed. Okay, so they have to wear it to heal. They will die if they try to return it before being fully healed. And I'm guessing if they wear it for too long while they're fully healed, they'll probably... Dang it! Then they'll probably die. Well, these things happen. I think we got some level ups. Okay, so I would guess O is an object protocol. Tricky. Alright, expansion level 5. Alright, let's see. So if they return it too early before they've been fully healed, they die. If they wear it too long after they've finished fully healing, they die. Somebody's gotta, like, hang on to it for 3 minutes to learn the last thing about it. But I know the last thing about it, it's that they die. It just suddenly kills them. Okay. We've got Johnson and Yudai Sensu both, you know, basically figured out. We figured out everything about this guy, which is thankful. Before it drove everybody crazy. Got 2 LOB points. I need to bring on somebody with high fortitude to perform instinct work with this thing. The bracelet we're just going to leave alone for today. And it didn't ask me to add something new today. That's interesting. Egos. Johnson, you've earned this. Which also means he will be vulnerable to physical damage, but that's fine. You don't have to worry about it. You go ahead and wear that. You can all be equipped with this penitence thing. Well, that's what we got going for us, so let's get to it. Don't die, everyone. Alright, so. Instinct work by the new employee. Good luck. Attachment work through the experienced guy. And repression work through Johnson. And nobody's going to touch this unless I really need to. I need to get 80 energy to clear the day, though. Notably, this agent is at the Teth level, so they can interact with Teth level entities without panicking. I think Johnson's the same. Meanwhile, everybody working with this puppy is going to be nervous. This is going really well. That's fine. Suppression work through Johnson. Sanity's full. I need for that employee to get back up here and get healed before they return to work with this. Let's see, instinct work. Actually, no, they didn't take much damage last time, so they're fine. Can I learn more about this? Material Guidelines 3. When it escaped, it voluntarily returned after attacking an employee and taking blank from their corpse. Yeah, I did notice that it voluntarily returned. I guess that was nice. And you can get a puppy ear hat. Get back over there. Okay, we've got half the energy we need for the day. A mediocre result with 1.76. I expect better than mediocrity, Johnson. I want to learn its escape information. It's got a counter of 2, and it's vulnerable to white damage, which is good because it's the damage we do right now. Its ego weapon is available, and it does pretty good red damage. Its armor is also very decent at resisting red damage. Looks like nobody likes to resist pale damage. It's just nasty. Don't take pale damage. We've got our work counter at 3. This dude's got a, I don't know what that green bar is. Is that because he's level 2? Oh, our newbie got the puppy ears item. This gives them HP plus 4, success rate -2, work speed -2. It actually makes them a little worse at working in a lot of ways. Okay. There is a noise brooch. Interesting. So if he acquires that, it has a, like, extra synergy with noise, but it reduces sanity by 10. There's nothing else I can do with the unique PE boxes in this entity. Okay. Next process I begin starts a bit of a meltdown. That should be fine. I can commit to this. I can commit to this. And I can commit to this. Oh, we're causing a meltdown on the bracelet. We're gonna order usage by her, and then she's gonna take it in to talk with the dog. I think that's a sound strat for starting work on the luminous bracelet. Instinct work, Diva. I should be able to finish that manufacture. And then this will be attachment work through Yurei Sensu. We'll get 2 meltdowns the next time that caps out, so we have to watch out for that. Okay, she is taking damage. That's good. That's good, right? More or less. Okay. All I need to do to finish this workday is make sure that Diva is at full health before she returns the bracelet. How do I tell what her current health is? Okay, the only way I can think to know is to hover over something and say, like, okay, I've got to watch her health here tick up. It's still at 47. Do I have to wait to, like, see a thing happen? Might kill her if I'm not careful. Bracelet's real flippin' dangerous. Does she have to go back to the baseline area? assuming no. Can I look at her detailed stats at all? Ah, jeez. I don't want to commit to more work elsewhere. The clerks are at level 3 now. They heal pretty quick. She's got a lot of fortitude. Okay. The fact that this health is not moving is making me consider, like, what is the nature of time? Whereas HP is not dropped after a certain period of time, they will die from excessive regeneration. Okay, yeah, I get that. I knew that was the case. I just don't know why she's not healing now. Like, why is she not regenerating? She can't turn the thing back in, or she'll die. Does that mean she'll die if I finish the workday, or can I just finish the workday? And then I just need to send her out immediately. I'm just going to try finishing the workday. She died. But why won't she heal? I know how it works. I'm not going to deal with that. That's kind of nonsense. Alright, I'm going to have her grab the bracelet at the beginning of the day. Okay. You use that. Over here, attachment work from you. Over here is repression work from you. Fast forward time a little bit. Instinct work from you. Got a meltdown over here, that's fine. Depression work from Johnson. Stay right where you are. This is the thing that confuses me. That's where the meltdown's happening. So I think I need to send her back here to get a full heal, and then send her to return the bracelet when she's done with that. I can only manufacture one more piece of gear there. So I'm going to send her up there. So yeah, the escape information gives us knowledge of this. Yeah, one more of these will be considered at observation level 4. I don't think the ego weapons affect that. $26. So the Luminous Bracelet's not actually applying regeneration. It's just killing my... It's giving a Fortitude bonus, and it's killing people. Is just what it does. 44. After the next one, she should go return this. Return it. And we have a little bit of extra time, so you can go do that. I could also have her go work with the dog one more time after returning this to learn more about it and work on its ego weapon. If I do, then there will be a meltdown. If the meltdown hits the bracelet, I'll be kind of screwed. Please successfully return this stupid bracelet. There we go. Yeah, observation level 4. And this lets me manufacture the last ego weapon from that. So he's tapped. Both of these are just good for farming more energy off of. Can't really learn more about it. Okay, that's her workday complete. S rating. Yeah, got there. Okay. And Diva bumped her Fortitude to 3. Cool. 9 reward. Is the 9 the LOB I get? Or is that just the, I don't know, man. It occurs to me that I'm not building people who are super well-rounded, but I can use my points to, like, forcibly level them up to give them some more HP and stuff. Just try and make sure they don't die. Somewhere in the distance, you can hear seagulls. You see a song in front of you. It is approaching, becoming more colorful by the second. I'm gonna go with this one. Numerous employees working for our company. Okay, so now we have to open up the information team to proceed. I'm in charge of the information team. I'll give you a proper reading later. Sure, what does that mean or do? So missions give us research, but missions are not linked to the day we're on. Yeah. Now we have a second like layer of stuff that we have to deal with. So we probably want to move our more experienced people deeper in. Especially, like, because these people are level 2. Let's see. I have a lot of points here. We have a great ordeal that is called Dawn, and that's new. So we'll see what that is. So I still need her here to work with this. If nobody works with these two things, it's going to be fine anyway. Working with the object doesn't actually give me any more energy. It just kind of helps me know what I'm doing. I think other people can work with this guy. It basically, like, yeah, any attachment work of any level works well with this entity. So we can send anybody to deal with this. I need to strengthen some employees because, like, I think Fortitude 2, Prudence 2 is going to be an important baseline. Just to make sure their HP and SP are at a good level. So I could move somebody down the list, or I could just hire somebody with a lot of potency. No, because these employees are suited to working on TEF. Somebody I hire, even if I improve them, they're not going to come in as a level 2 employee, because they're still new. Let's see. But I can bring in somebody with some good base stats. Yeah, I think right now I want to prioritize bringing in people who are likely to live. Okay, so you're going to work with that. one of you is getting promoted, unfortunately. So you're going to be the new guy who's coming down here to work with whatever this is. And, but you will not be the first to work with them. You will be working alongside a sacrificial lamb. So now we'll equip egos. Let's see. I have not gotten the egos from the one other thing yet. Okay. I think we probably want to outfit about the entire team with this weapon type. It's the only weapons we have. Right, the way you have to click on these is a little weird. Okay, so we hired one useful employee and one not very useful employee to get started. Oh, it's just another random thing. Just block that. Gone. Okay, back into this. Alright, let's start the day. Okay, so I've got a second level thing. We're going to start off with whatever this is. It's like a fairy thing. We'll be bringing in the new person for that. For this one, it's going to continue to be repression work performed by Johnson. This one, we don't need to touch it, so we're not gonna. This one will be instinct work by the character who's good at it. And this one will be attachment work performed by the new employee. Oh, I see. This one is only a level 1 clerk benefit, success rate for all agents. And this one is movement speed for all agents by +5. Cool. Okay. So, how did that person from before fare after performing that work? The next thing we're going to do is going to be attachment work. So she took a little bit of sanity damage from the instinct work. And we've got a meltdown on the luminous bracelet. We'll move her over to pick up the luminous bracelet after she's finished this work. You're going to go back in for that. You're going to equip that, and then over here, repression work by Johnson. With a good work result, we can learn the basic information. This is the Fairy Festival. It's only a Zayan threat level, no problem. So based on the ego gift acquisitions, it might be beneficial to move people around whenever possible. Let's see. I did attachment work. Yeah, attachment work is very valuable in, like, the low levels. Insight work is bad. Okay. It's probably instinct work that does the best with this. I did instinct work before, though. Let's send a guinea pig. Instinct work from Diva. Have to make sure she's not idle or she'll just die. Mechanic for attachment work. I only have one employee with a high repression level, and 1.76 megahertz requires that to be active. The Dawn of Amber, the perfect food. Okay, hold on. What are these? The Dawn of Amber, the perfect. It's vulnerable to red damage. The person who's good at red damage is currently working over here. How am I gonna deal with this? Was this your fault? What did you do? It doesn't escape. Great. Oh, this is the Dawn threat. Shoot. and it just kind of showed up and wrecked one of my people. And what's it gonna do now? It's gonna come over here and eat more people? Probably, yeah. Yeah, that's awkward. And they're up here too. Alright. McKenna died. Johnson's got bad red resist, so he's not gonna be good for this. These things are all over the place, man. I think this is probably where this particular run ends. Because I have no idea how to deal with these things. Also, like, why can't I just select this person and see their current health total? I still can't. Like, I can see that they're fighting, and they're probably the best candidate to kill these things, because they're getting healed. But I can't see their health total. And then that person died too. This UI is, like, seriously annoying me. Can I, what happens if I end the workday here? Okay. Alright. So that'd be the first attempt at the game. I do have a serious issue with the UI. It's really, really weirdly hard to see how much HP and sanity my soldiers have at any time. And that's kind of really, really obnoxious. I mean, like, what we should do is restart that day. Because, like, that's not survivable. So, alright. And this is a random occurrence. We've got our people pretty spread out, I guess. Alright. I'm gonna take a break on this for now, and I will probably come back to Lobotomy Corporation a bit later. But that UI is really, really bothering me. That I can't see how injured somebody is at any given time. I mean, I think that the, rewind to the memory repository. So the memory repository would be when I got the new floor, which is this day. Interesting. Is there an option to, like, see this better? Tooltips. I am getting tooltips right now. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. Oh, I have to go through missions to unlock the extra UI just to see the HP when I click on my guys. Like, I just want to click on a guy and look at his HP and sanity. Like, I understand that some of the UI is flawed, but I'm really confused by that. I think I'm going to take one more stab at this day. I'm going to just adjust some things around. We're going to put McKenna to work on that so that we can have Diva in the second area. And May will be the one to work with the Zayan thread over here. McKenna's supposed to use that, and this will be that with Johnson. Meltdown is over here, that's fine. Okay, Dawn is the next meltdown. good. Small fairies appeared around the employee. Neat. Yeah, instinct is the best way to work with them. Cool. So this is actually easy to work with, so I should probably not be fretting too much. That's all done. Okay, my next assignment will trigger the event. But I think I can actually end the day with the current assignments without... Never mind. Dawn of Violet. Okay, let's pause to figure out what's going on. So they've appeared in 2 rooms. These are actually weak to the damage type I can inflict. So the 2 of them, starting suppression on that, I think should have... That should maybe be fruitful. And when I click on the threat, I can see their health bars. I just can't see their health bars by clicking on them, which is what feels strange to me. Okay, so I've got the full amount of energy. This thing will have to be suppressed. Johnson is currently working. Okay, they're going a little crazy fighting it. These guys are fine now, so... Okay, but I can't move people between... moving people between departments was a technology I need to get, which is not important until today. Pause for a moment so that I can learn more. Small fairies heal them over a limited time. An employee under the fairy's care is assigned to a different containment unit. They will immediately die and be consumed by the fairies. Okay, so don't move somebody while a fairy is watching over them. Neat. That's good to know. There are definitely a few of those immediate death conditions. So May needs to leave because she's about to die, and he needs to jump in. Okay, yeah. I just need to be very much clicked on the anomaly when that's happening. Energy quota plus 10%, because that is done. Okay. We should be able to get to a fully recovered state. McKenna is the one who is currently carrying the bracelet, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So I can do that. We can do attachment work via May. We can do instinct work over here via Orosensu. And if McKenna hits full HP, which I need to monitor, they need to get the bracelet back. I can send them back to work with Pupudai to get the ego weapon from that. I think I want to trigger this so that I can advance my current mission. Hearing a lot of weird noises, but I think that's, you know, par for the course of the game, right? Okay, so yeah, we're just rotating instinct work between the 2 of these. Oh, his work success is actually very high, as opposed to high. Interesting. Attachment work through May, the new employee. Over here, we continue repression work with Johnson. This should trigger a meltdown. We've got meltdowns here and here, which are both being worked on. That's fine. Can you get out? Nope, can't get out. Cool. Good to know. Attachment work with them actually has some prospects. Okay. So they can get an ego weapon for Wingbeat. This is actually a pretty good suit, and it's not hard to make. Somebody else has to come over here and work. It's gonna be you. attachment work through May. And over here will be repression work through Johnson. Okay. I'm gonna have to trigger Meltdown probably 2 more times to complete my current mission. Starting this work will trigger a Meltdown, but that's fine. We're able to work pretty continually right now. Okay, we're good. Attachment work through May. Stop walking away. Okay. Yeah, so the next meltdown trigger will complete the mission. It's kind of interesting how much I have to, like, keep at this beyond the end of the day. McKenna got pretty badly damaged last time. Yeah, let's send her back up here. If you don't work a meltdown room, actually that's a good question. 2, 3, okay, that there. Can I go to work? It's a little dangerous. I think it lowers their counter, I believe, which can cause an escape when the counter reaches 0, depending on the entity. If this counter reaches 0, for instance, it does sanity damage to everybody in the facility. If this counter reaches 0, the thing's going to get out and try to kill people. So it varies. This is getting dicey. This is also dicey. Okay, I got the controlling meltdowns clear, so the only thing I need to do to finish out the day is get McKenna fully healed so that I can return the Luminous Bracelet. Because if McKenna returns the Luminous Bracelet without being fully healed, she dies. You can also lose some energy. I'm assuming that's based on the monster. A lot of things cannot actually escape. This thing can. Okay. We'll make one of his ego sets. Okay. So I can look at McKenna's HP through here. Let's see. So once McKenna's HP is back up to its maximum 52, I can click to return the bracelet. We can fast forward for that. And then I can end the day. And there it is. I can also actually send them into work with the dog, like, probably one more time. I can also put some into work on this. I don't really want to trigger another meltdown today, because I might have to take the Luminous Bracelet back out if I do, and that's a pain in the neck. So the Luminous Bracelet has been returned. Yeah, I'm going to do another round of this. I actually kind of like... Whatever, you go do that. And, okay, I can do one more round of work with the Fairy Festival. We'll just speed this up. Okay, so that time having a different Dawn was a lot easier to deal with. The Amber Dawn that I got previously was just an utter mess. Okay, yeah, so this is just before the meltdown level. Once this work is done, we'll end the day. Well, actually, I'll manufacture some ego weapons and then end the day. I did not get enough to manufacture another set for that. That's fine. That is good. And that's the S rating. Huh. We got 2 of our agents up to level 3, Johnson and Urai Sensu. F is a new level. I might be able to actually deal with an F now. Many hands float in the bath. They are the hands of the people I once loved. Over time, her unbearable sorrow grew into a mournful obsession, covered in countless lengthy hairs. The more blood it has, the more beautiful it is. I don't really want to manage more objects. Objects just kill people, from what I've seen. Let's deal with this. I want to deal with another Tef, at least. High echelon is waiting you. You know about A. He's a visionary, a farmer who sowed seeds on virgin soil no one had approached. Also an enigmatic person. We need to be honest here, Malkuth. You simply cannot suppress the ordeals with the employees you currently have at your disposal. Everybody here has angel names. Complete a dusk ordeal. Okay. As the deterrence weakens, the anomalies will begin to grow agitated. Certain things we call ordeals, which we cannot contain, will go into a rampage, just as they are right now. Can you calm down the employees by suppressing one of the ordeals that show up as dusk? Okay. Okay, and so we have 2 different missions now because we've got 2 departments. 4 instinct works, that's simple enough. Okay, so we're not going to have a dusk ordeal for a long time. The game's been a bit quirky. I think there's some, like, slightly unintuitive aspects of the game. Like, to progress in the game well, you need to continue researching way beyond your energy allotment, so that feels a little weird. I think the UI is a little clunky in places, but the balance of the game and the difficulty is at about the right spot, because a game like this, you shouldn't get it right the first time, and I haven't been. Yep, research the assembly summons. Okay. Also, can I... Okay, yeah, I can't rearrange these, which is... I kind of thought that would be the case. Oh, but I can research them and manufacture in between days, can't I? Okay, that's neat. That's neat. So let's see. We've got some pretty capable employees down here regarding what these two things are. They're real toughie. 3 LOB points. I'm going to strengthen her fortitude and prudence. I could hire somebody new. A new employee can manage the ferries without a problem. And then I'd have the 2 of these to deal with the ordeals and other things. So let's bring somebody new in. McKenna's going to continue dealing with this and this. May's probably going to continue interfacing with the Zayan thread here. So we're just bringing in somebody else to deal with the ferries. We can move these 2 back and forth as long as they're not ferry blessed in order to deal with ordeals. So we're just going to hire on a basic schlub to go play with ferries. Yup, puppy. Oh, is that so? Fairy Tale, Trauma, and Original? Oh yeah, it's his name is like Podai. Oh yeah, this is Pusei. Oh yeah, my Streamlabs will yell at you if you do an all caps phrase. I need to tune it down a little bit. It's a little over aggressive at the moment. Okay, so we need to think about egos for a bit. So I want to think about the suits first. Okay, so Wingbeat is almost a straight upgrade over Penitence, and then I have the new Teth outfit, but only a one of. The Teth outfit should probably go to McKenna because she'll be handling that particular entity. Let's see. Now I'm assuming that outfits also handle the damage you take from work. I'm not certain if that's the case. Let's see. I need to make sure I have somebody with a solid red weapon. I have access to a red weapon now, 2 red weapons. So I need to make sure I have a good balance of red weapons between my 2 locations. I think I'm going to give Diva a solid red weapon, and McKenna a red weapon. As for the new employee, they're going to get... this employee is actually going to be going to work with the ferries, so I'm going to give them the ferry equipment set and see if that means something. Yeah, there's nothing fancy going on these. Yep, just a little neat. Yeah, as opposed to, like, the Penitence weapon actually has some special effects for high justice wielders. Okay, let's see. So, we have Wingbeat able to be equipped. We can just upgrade Diva and May, I think, pretty much directly. Because the trade-off is, like, higher black damage, lower red damage. I think red damage will be more typical. I gotta wonder if everybody's just vulnerable to pale damage at all times. Seems to be what's going on. Yeah. Well, I've only got the 2 Teth armors right now, and 1 Teth weapon. But the Wingbeat is not a higher grade than Penitence, so it's kind of 6 of 1 to make that change, so we're not going to bother. Oh yeah, it says must be past day 20 up over here. Yeah, 4 instinct work should be no big deal. We do instinct work all the time. Here we go. Okay. Over here, we're going into instinct work with the new employee. Over here, we're going to have McKenna wear the bracelet. We're going to go into attachment work with the new employee, and we're going into repression work with Johnson. Oh, we got a few people checking in now. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Okay, and once the agent is equipped, we'll be sending them to work with the puppy. Oh, and, new guy. Yeah. Diva, you're tough. Take a look. Instinct work from McKenna. Instinct work from the new employee. This looks like... Oh, yeah. It's like a blood pool thing. Okay, meltdown being managed. Over here, we've got attachment work from May. Johnson's finished his work. How is this going? New employees actually taking some damage from this. We might have to rotate them off for a bit. Well, the fairies will heal them actually, so that should be fine. Don't you go back to the main room, you might die. Ah, Diva's dead. Let's try attachment with Yurai Sensu. He might die, but these things happen sometimes. McKenna and May will keep up their work. Got this guy up over here. He's actually weak against white damage, that's good. And he has a red attack type, which is not necessarily best for this. I can't reassign them from working. We'll send at least 2 people at that. And then down over here, we've got another one. But these 2 are still working right now. I need to pay more attention to when I'm going to trigger a dawn threat. Okay, so we've got the suppression started on that. That is going okay, because those guys are pretty tough. She's going to get killed by this thing. I need to have her run away until Yudai Sensu is ready to work on it. May's going to die. So here, you go deal with that together. Up over here. But they actually finished the suppression. Okay. Of that one. Down over here, killed the new guy. Kind of expected. Yeah, information department's in a rough way. You can learn the basic information about the bloodbath. Right? How do you like attachment work? Attachment work works well with the bloodbath, okay? Yeah, that might kill him as well. Yep. We're gonna call that a retry. Huh. Yeah, I know that pale damage is percentile based. I just noticed that most of these armors state that they take double from it. Okay, so Kusei working with the fairies is still fine. We're gonna put Yudai Sensu on the bath, and Diva, we'll just wait in the wings. Instinct work with the fairies. This will be worn by McKenna. This is repression work from Johnson, and this is attachment work from May. So a lot of these older ones, I don't have to be so focused on working. I need to pay attention to when this turns over to the dawn, so that I'll know to deal with it. And here, I'm going to do attachment work through our skilled guy. see if he can, like, cope with this. And instinct work from McKenna. The start of her work will trigger a first meltdown. Instinct work from Jose. Okay, next one will trigger the dawn. So I noticed that right now I can't tell how many pips will be in this bar. I'm wondering if that's something I can figure out later. Okay. Looks like it's maybe 5 pips. So we do attachment work through May. I'll trigger repression work through Johnson. It's going to give it 2 extra pips. Okay, we were able to complete that work with Yurai Sensu in a decent way. Half energy marker so far. We need to make sure this person doesn't go back to the lobby while I'm not paying attention, because they could randomly get killed by the bracelet. Okay. So I'm going to trigger instinct work with the fairies, who say, only going to have 1 person working down here for now. Having the new employees do the work to force the dawn, I think is going to be the right way to do this, so that I can trigger that particular meltdown and have my experienced employees handle the suppression. So we're just going to be working May and Pusey until we've triggered the dawn event. Let's see, and as for McKenna, let's have her move there. Okay, the next work order I trigger will start the event. I'm going to finish McKenna's healing and have her return the bracelet before I start the event. So this will be 1 healing pulse for her, and then we return the luminous bracelet. We've already got the 4 instinct work cleared. Okay, McKenna's done, so put that back. And with this bracelet on the way back, I'll trigger instinct work with Pusey, which will cause the dawn to occur. And I'm clicking on pause to occur. Okay, pause is on spacebar. I see. Pause is on spacebar, but speed up or speed down are Q and E. Okay. So yeah, we've got that. I'm going to start the suppression with the 2 of you. And then over here, start the suppression with the 2 of you. On pause. She's moving to suppress. She got unequipped, right? You are also moving to suppress. We're going to take Johnson off the suppression to rotate the damage that's being taken. We may have to rotate Diva off soon. We'll rotate her off. And over here, Diva got killed. Or did she? She's at 0 HP, but I'm not sure if she's actually dead. Up over here, we're rotating Johnson back on. Okay, Diva actually didn't die, despite dropping to 0 HP. Interesting. Okay, we're going to continue attachment work here through that. We're going to do instinct work here with Pusey. Yeah, we're just kind of getting back to it, basically. This is repression work via Johnson. Nobody's wearing the luminous bracelet, so we're safe from that threat. May is back to work, and McKenna is back to work. Let's learn things. Okay, we can continue making the ego weapons there. It's like whatever. We'll trigger a meltdown pretty soon. Let's see. Yeah, attachment work was the most effective here from what I recall. When Nicholas, who had level 1 fortitude, completed the work process, a hand stretched out and dragged him into its depth. Same phenomenon occurred with an agent who had level 1 temperance. Okay, so level 1 employees probably shouldn't be mucking with this thing. Everybody's on the job. Managerial guidelines. Yeah, that's probably reasonable. I've usually been focusing on work types. The bloodbath can't escape because it's just a bath. Pale hand surfaced after it had absorbed an employee. As the number of hands increased, the number of PE boxes produced with it also increased. Oh, you can feed people to the bloodbath to make it more valuable. When bloodbath has 3 hands, the safety of the next worker cannot be guaranteed. It will absorb employees regardless of the work result or virtue levels. Okay, so if it has, you can feed it up to 2 people and keep it safe and produce more boxes. But if you feed it more than that, it will kill the next person regardless. And the rest of the things we grab here are going to be about this, and observation level 3 will give us egos. So we're going to keep on working attachment with the same guy because it seems to be working fine. Oh, this is instinct work. Yeah, what more do we have to learn about the Fairy Festival? Nothing. It's just a matter of filling out the that stuff. We can manufacture more of this. Oh. Better get some people to work. So I'm gonna let this tick down because I don't know what that does, and I want to know. Like, what happens if this like ticks to nothing on an object? Yeah, like there's the work type trap on Popodai that like you work non-instinct with it and it just goes nuts. That was figured out through some trial and error. Is there a reason to do non-instinct work with this? Not really. Okay. Attachment work, like that. Yeah, just don't let level 1 employees work on this. Oh, we have access to the wrist cutter. Ugh. But it's another Tef ego suit, so we need to make sure that's happening. So yeah, the luminous bracelet ticked down, and I can't perceive anything that happened. Popodai is at a low cleap-off counter, so and that can happen just like a little randomly. So we maybe don't want to keep working with that for today. Print one more of those, but we're pretty much done with researching the Fairy Festival. Get another ego suit out of that, and the Tef egos are very important. Okay. I think for today, we basically just want to keep farming work on Bloodbath as much as we can. I could go back to more work on Popodai, but if I work on other things, it'll increase my breakout counter. And I don't want to do that. There's no reason to do that. So we just want to keep farming this work through the guy who's able to do it. If we send Fusei in there, she'll die immediately. Diva could theoretically work with it, because she's got the fortitude and the temperance to do that work. What would that do for her, really? Yeah, it's fortitude and temperance. Yeah, okay. Oh, what's the damage type? The work damage is white, so it will improve the temperance of people who work on it. Attachment's still the work to do. gotten a gift from it or anything. Let's just keep sending him at it. I still don't know what the ego gift is from it. Ego gift is the wrist cutter hand. Okay. That's right. I can try to farm. That's the reason to keep looking at these other things. I could try to farm gifts. I lost some energy because of the bracelet. Okay, okay. That's fine. I can get more energy. Making people wear the bracelet is obnoxious. Let's see. So, do I want to try to farm out any more ego gifts? SP plus 2, and that's all you get, and it's a hat. Working with this is a hat that is about even in terms of what it does. It's not like strictly beneficial. And I don't want to keep working with that today. It'll freak out and escape. I can fit in one more work order, basically. So we're just going to do one more work order at the bloodbath. But this will not trigger a meltdown, and then I'll end the day once this is done. It may or may not be enough to get me the ego suit. Speed up for this. So yeah, I have the option of continuing to... Okay, it got me enough for the ego suit. Cool. And that is very good at resisting sanity damage. That is about it, though. Yeah, so if I kept working, I would trigger meltdowns. Meltdowns would be very dangerous now at Podai specifically. That could totally kill somebody. So we're just going to call that a work day. Alright, we got 3 up. Podai Sensu's Temperance hit 4, so dang, that's good. And Pusei increased their Fortitude by performing all that instinct work. Cool. I'm going to hire on more people because I think having a good bulk of employees is going to be important to dealing with ordeals. Alright. So it's Fairy Tales, Traumas, and Original. You see a song in front of you. Over time, her unbearable sorrow grew into a mournful obsession. Surprisingly, not a single employee volunteered to retrieve the corpse of their cocooned colleague. Yeah, miraculous. Let me ask you a question. What would you do if one of your subordinates who is harvesting energy shall face certain death? We must continue producing energy. Yeah, get the energy before that happens. That is the correct answer. Understand when a death will occur and determine if that death is necessary for you to proceed. Yeah, it's more of a like strategic than other management games I've played, which are much more about like time cycles and recurrences. This is more about managing where you're spending resources and taking losses. Alright, 5 insight works. Okay, here we go. HP UI, damage UI, reduce fear damage for clerks. So I want to get HP UI. Okay, we've got something new to deal with over here, which is a song. Let's see. If I improve the prudence of Pusei through strengthening, they may be able to deal with the bloodbath. Having more people who are able to deal with that is a good idea. Um, these 3 employees are more or less fine to deal with this stuff. So anybody new I assign over here is just ordeal management. So we'll probably bring in an extra 2 people who will be kind of ordeal schmucks. Because if employees with low HP and low fortitude and prudence, I don't really want to worry about dealing with that stuff. So, okay. So we're bringing in new employees to train. We can train people on our Zayan threats. So we'll be hiring 2 people, 1 for each department, who are going to be responsible for the sins and the fairies. So let's equip egos. Suits are more important, I think. So, we have some more Teth suits. I kind of want to put Yudai Sensu in what he's earned, just the wrist cutter suit. And the other person to work and get this was Diva. So Diva, we're going to put in this Teth outfit. So all of our Teth suits are set up and equipped. And as for our new employees, I'll put 1 in Penitence and 1 in Wingbeat. It's 6 of 1, doesn't matter much. Ego weapon-wise, we've only got the 1 Teth weapon available. It's a red damage weapon. We're going to do Diva and McKenna, so we've got that weapon spread across 2 different floors. And then, let's see, the new employees, I'm going to do, the new employees are on different floors. We basically just want to make sure we have, I see the floors are color-coded. So I want to make sure I have 2 control team with Wingbeat and 2 control team with Penitence, and then the other way around as well. So information team. Can I like unselect you? And then, okay, there we go. A bit of a better look. So we've got 1 person in the information team is not using an advanced weapon. There we go. Your riot stick should be something different. No, we've got 2 people for white damage and 2 people for red damage on that team. And the other is true as well. Yes, because these replace wing beats. Cool. Here we go. Alright. Let's see. First thing to concern ourselves with is we have a new guest. Don't know what's going to happen here. I was thinking this is a song. I think it's probably going to be, well, we need to perform insight work, so let's try some insight work. I'm going to throw a new employee at it first. They're going to die. Yeah, I brought this new employee to train, so let's throw them at the Fairy Festival like I said I was going to. We're going to send the slightly less new employee over here. For this, we're going to use a known solution. Pusey is theoretically also able to work with this. I just don't want to expose my current high-level agents to lethal nonsense first thing in the day. This one still requires very skilled repression. Here, we can do the attachment of the new employee, because this is like our training dummy thing to work with. And over here, we do instinct work with somebody who's pretty good at instinct. All right, let's start. This might trigger a meltdown, like, right away. So, as for clerk lives, do you lose... Do your clerk benefits degrade if your clerks die? I generally assume clerk lives exist kind of to buy you time. And yeah, with these assignments, we'll get a meltdown right away. Okay, we've got Dawn as the second occurrence. Okay, that's being addressed. Good stuff. Okay, we need to be mindful of this. It's likely to kill our first guy. Because he's a chump. Okay, so I can see his HP now. He's taking, Pusey is taking health damage. Alright, Pusey is only somewhat of a chump. I'll probably want to send those over to see the fairies soon. Okay. Go work with the fairies. That should heal you up. The bloodbath needs to be worked on. So, alright. Guideline 1. When the work result was normal, the counter lowered. Okay, yeah, that's pretty normal. Alright, looks like I can have 3 more work orders before we trigger the nonsense. So I could trigger that as early as, like, now. Make sure we trigger that in a balanced way with people available. Okay. I probably want to study this after I've already dealt with the Dawn situation. Studying this further doesn't get me much. This helps me train my new employee, and my new employee is not going to be very good at dealing with things. I think I can still get one more... Yeah, I can still get one more ego suit out of this. So that would be good to do work on. I can still get an ego weapon out of this at the TEF level, and it's white, so that's pretty valuable. Also, I think Budai Sensu is not my best defender. No, he's got a lot of health, actually. He's pretty good. So here we're going to do instinct work with the... We're just going to commit the new employees until we trigger this encounter. Okay, the next assignment that starts, which is going to be over here, an attachment using the new employee. This will trigger the Dawn. The cheers for the beginning. Okay, and I can see that it's a TEF. It has an unknown attack type. It's weak to white damage. We're going to send 3 people at it either way. And, okay, we've got it in these 2 rooms. So, let me see. We could transfer somebody, right? Somebody who's good at doing white damage. And you don't have fairies on you. So... That's the recall button. How do I transfer you? I know that I unlocked that. So is that how that works? Will he be on the move now? Yeah, he's on the move now to transfer. Okay. Okay, how are these guys doing? Yeah, he resists some red damage. We still don't know his attack type. Okay, and this guy, I can't send other people to do that implicitly, but I can move them. This is the new person. Diva, I can send up to assist. Let's see. And... Can I see the fairy effect? Not easily. I can't actually tell which of them have the fairy effect going. Okay, this suppression's going really well. That suppression actually went so well that I can just handle that with this same team. And, oh wait, did they just splat and... Did that just, oh, it teleported. Okay, well, you head back. And actually, we're gonna just resume your standard work orders. And over here, this will be dealt with. Instinct work for the new employee. And Husei is recovered enough to try and work at this. I don't remember what I did before. I still need to do insight works. We're gonna do insight work on that. I think that didn't, like, that didn't go super well last time, but it also didn't get anybody killed, so that is fine. I'm going to put May to work on Pupadai to train up their fortitude. Being mauled for a bit will be good for their work ethic. I didn't see whether they were calm or scared when that started. Whoops. Okay, the workday is technically complete. I'd like to get through the extra insight works. Where am I actually able to use insight? A low-level character can use insight on this without a problem. This one, insight will go poorly. The Fairy Festival, insight will go poorly. And here, I don't know yet, and that's fine. I need to know the managerial guidelines. Okay, when an employee panicked during work, the counter lowered. Got it. But I still don't know how far the counter goes. But, I mean, don't panic. That's pretty normal. Okay, I think we can send a high-level employee over there, and it should be okay. And we'll see if that bites me in the butt to even say. Over here, we need attachment work. I'm not going to send somebody else over there with a lower success rate. We can do insight work with the new employee here to progress our insight counter. And I need to watch for where my meltdowns occur. Okay, so we will get into repression work with Johnson to deal with that. We will get into instinct work with, I mean, anybody. It doesn't matter too much. Yeah, we can send the new employee back over. And the luminous bracelet can be worn by McKenna if she's going to go to work. Oh, May got the puppy ears on the first try. I'm going to have McKenna put on the bracelet, and then I'm going to send her over to work with the dog so she takes damage. Can I learn more about the bloodbath yet? Oh, I already know everything about the bloodbath. Okay, that was a mediocre circumstance. So I've been using insight to work here, but I don't know how good insight actually is. It's not good. Not good at all. Repression. Bad. Okay. So let's try instinct or attachment next. Okay. I need to get McKenna over here so she takes damage, or she might randomly die. Let's see. Continued work with the bloodbath can still get me an ego weapon. We're going to try instinct work over here through Diva. She's pretty good at it. And through the managerial stuff, it doesn't look like we have any work type traps. Podai could kind of randomly escape at this point, so we have to be wary of that. We're going to continue doing the attachment work over here through Raisensu. So my current goal for the day is to learn more about this and perform more insight work. So we can do one more insight work over here to complete this research for the information team. That's going to trigger a meltdown, so we'll have to be aware of what's going to happen with that meltdown. I don't want that employee to move back because she might overheal. Okay, we need to get repression work done over here. And our other thing is going on over here. That looks a bit dangerous. But once that ticks down, we'll have to deal with it anyway. So that went very poorly on instinct work. This over here, attachment work through somebody who's good at it. Uh-oh. Something escaped. So this dude escaped, but it looks like it's still there. Okay, no, we need to order suppression on it. We don't know enough about it to have a good time suppressing it, which is a bummer. I'm going to wait until it gets on the move and then try to figure out the suppression for a bit. Where's Diva? Diva's back over here for healing, right? Okay. Tiffany is very vulnerable. I'm kind of guessing this thing is going to do sanity damage. Throw 3 people. Oh, it moved all the way up here. So, wait. But it still triggers the information team to suppress it. Okay, well, so you guys over on the control team are going to move to suppress it over here. Yeah, it's just going to murder some clerks. It's inflicting some pretty hefty sanity effects. We've got some kind of overlapping stuff going on here in terms of the health bars. Okay, so I unlocked the HP UI. Doesn't mean the HP UI is super good. So can I click multiple times to look at different people? No. And okay. Ah, I see. Can I? There we go. I can click over to the other team to see. Okay, we're going to move those 2 out. So Johnson's going to keep working at it. It is a fragment of the universe. Yeah, Johnson can probably take this out, I think. Before he fully goes crazy. Yeah, he got more sanity back as a proc from his weapon. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so y'all come back there. Nobody's wearing the bracelet, right? Nope, you are wearing the bracelet. So let's get her unbraceleted. Yeah, she just needs to get 1 more tick. Return the bracelet. Okay. We're back to neutral state. We still don't know much about this. That was kind of instinct work that resulted in the escape. We're going to try attachment work next. From Udai Sensu. We can manufacture a weapon from the bloodbath. Let's see. I can do 3 more work orders without causing another meltdown, and I think the next meltdown is going to be my kind of limiter. We can speed up at this point. Let's see, I got that research done. I can't get more weapons over here. We've finished the research on this creature. Not much to do with that other than gather energy. Okay, so... attachment work from level 1 and 2 employees is best. And this is a TEF abnormality. So, at best, we want a TEF employee with kind of lowish attachment. So, Diva would be ideal to do this work. Diva or Pusei. Udai Sensu is weirdly overqualified to do this. So I can keep researching this for a while. If it gets free again, I'll have to suppress it again. I think I'll be alright with that. Okay, so in the suppression menu, I need to click the arrow to choose which department is performing the suppression. I can do that, that's fine. Let's see, the only other productive thing I can get done, apart from learning more about this thing, is I could manufacture another ego weapon based on this guy over here. That's fine, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so once you've fully researched things, especially like your older work, you can use them to train up new employees, but otherwise you don't have to go back and look at them unless they're unless a meltdown is causing them to freak out, in which case you do have to have the suppression protocol on hand. Interesting, interesting. I'm also wondering if there might be some later on that as a management protocol, like require consistent interaction. Okay, close to getting our basic information on this. We want attachment. Pusey should be able to actually work with this. This will be my last work order of the day, I think. And we manufactured the last ego weapon there. So there's no more. The bloodbath is now fully documented. The work type from this does black damage. Basic information. Fragment of the universe. Yeah, the work damage is black. And the attack damage is black damage as well. Those are some very... That's some very potent stuff. The Ego suit is the only one I've seen so far that has a solid black resistance. So that's pretty noteworthy. And that damage looks incredible. Story records. An abnormality that resembles a child's innocent doodles. Originally it had no stable form. Its shape would continually morph. To this day its aspects still change, albeit at a much slower pace. Component analysis has revealed the abnormality consists of matter that does not exist on Earth. It is notable for its metaphysical appearance that one cannot explain with words. It often shows incomprehensible linguistic activity. One employee tried to decipher its speech, see Document 1, Employee David's Song, but their mental contamination level rose beyond the limit within several days. They suffered severe psychosis and had to be quarantined. The abnormality's tentacles, which are quite different from what we consider the average tentacle, for simplicity's sake we've monikered them as tentacles, can pierce through the barrier of humanity. Employees impaled by the tentacles will suffer semi-permanent brain damage. When the abnormality escapes, it will emit noises in the corridor. As the sounds it makes have what could be considered melody and syllables, we consider it singing. However, none of our staff can precisely remember it, given that most of the time they are unable to describe it due to their serious brain damage. Those who are within 100 meters call it a sound unheard of in this world. Because of these descriptions, we've titled it Echoes from the Beyond. It has an intelligence similar to, or even higher than, that of humans. It gave it a simple language learning course. Are all of your kind similar in appearance? Negative. Outside. Child. See picture. Face. Happy. Change form. Why have you come here? Knowledge. Share human. Why do you want to share your knowledge with us? Understand knowledge moment. No universe. Coincidence. Negative. None. The moment we fully understand that knowledge, we will know their ultimate goal. After watching a video about laughing for 30 minutes, the abnormality understood the concept of laughing. After that, when employees entered its containment unit to work with it, it would sometimes emit a strange noise with what appeared to be the shape of a smile on its face. It looked like it was mimicking laughter. Okay, I gotta check out more of these. There's all this stuff that I've unlocked in the story records. This little abnormality couldn't be evil at all. The only thing you have to worry about is your heart aching at it if you look at it too long, because it's just so cute. In fact, employees who enter this abnormality's containment unit tend to lose themselves a bit, and often need to be forcibly removed. Caution needs to be taken, as the assisting employees can also become captivated by its cuteness. Attempts to bring the abnormality out of its unit may occur from time to time, but this is not a concern, as they are typically prevented by other employees. When too many employees want to work with this abnormality, a lottery will be held to determine who gets the privilege of doing so. Employees tend to show symptoms of mental regression, such as oddly toned speech with a high pitch upon entering its containment unit, but it seems this is only a temporary problem. Many of our employees refer to this abnormality as the goodest boy in the world. However, its official designation is simply Papudai. Please make sure you don't get confused. Every employee who enters the containment unit must upload a video or photo report of this abnormality. This is highly, extremely uber important. You have to take pictures of the puppy. It's bapping me with its paws. Is this an attack? He just wants you to feed him. Don't you know it's a trend in our company to always carry a packet of dog food or two? Well, I don't really like animals. Did you see its face when I fed it? It was super creepy, I swear. It's just your imagination, man. He's always like our little angel. Isn't that White? Who's a good boy? That's James's finger, man. He went missing during the last patrol ship. Can't you see the nail? Following the evidence I provided in the recording, I request that Jacob be immediately demoted for firing such a thing. A terrible, evil animal abuser has no place working in our company. He'll only eat 5 kilograms of his favorite snack now. Alright. What else do we got here? This abnormality is a phenomenon with no visible form. It was discovered when employees began to exhibit shared symptoms when entering a specific area of the facility. They all suffered hallucinations of a specific nature, and their mental corruption increased. After setting a radio's frequency to 1.76 megahertz, we waited. Following 12 minutes, a mysterious voice was heard through static. 17 minutes in, the voice stopped, and 3 loud explosions were heard, which were then followed by 2 smaller explosions. 23 minutes in, all was silent. As 25 minutes passed, the radio began to emit smoke. We thought the machine had fried, but no fault could be found. Continuing past 30 minutes, everyone in the area was suddenly filled with rage and started to exhibit the desire to assault one another with extreme aggression. That's right, I actually need to remember the issue with this, because I think I've been kind of triggering this. Yeah, higher fortitude, lower success rate. So I probably need to switch off the worker for this, because I think his fortitude has probably been going up slightly over time. So it's been Johnson, who has a fortitude of 2. So long as his fortitude stays at 2, that's actually fine. Alright, we'll finish the work for the day. Yeah, 6 lob. Nice. Yeah. Work type level is the corresponding stat level. Yeah, it is. What are we picking up? Eventually, intellect loses all meaning. Do you remember this melody? Final chapter ends with the phrase, born again. Let's muck with this. Let's check out some traumas. I've been avoiding the traumas. I will pick A. Little tests. Word chaining. Suppose that was referring to Shiritori, but I think the it wasn't no, I don't think word chaining is definitively Japanese. The default text language for this, I think, was Korean. Get the feeling James died. Why is my body intact? Why is it not rotting? 6 attachment works. I can do that without a problem. Alright, what new research do we get for completing that quest from yesterday? The mission. Okay, yeah, why would I care about fear damage for clerks? Let's get the damage done. UI. Okay, 6 attachment works. We've got a good amount of LOB points. We could either upgrade some people or just bring on some new bodies. I think we should do at least a little bit of strengthening. I think the essence of making like good soldiers who can deal with incoming what are they called? Ordeals is just getting somebody with a good HP pool so that they can soak up damage without falling over. If they don't die, that means they can level up. So let's fill out the rosters for these by bringing in some more chumps, and we can keep training them up on the Sins and the Fairies. Alright, egos. We've got the wrist cutters available now, which are a white weapon. I like that it sorts the weapons by white and then red. Good eye sensu, we're going to upgrade to that. We're going to upgrade Johnson's weapon as well, so we're upgrading one person from each floor. As for the suits, we've got a new wrist cutter suit. Wrist cutter and noise are about equivalent. So we're going to upgrade one of these people from penitence to wrist cutter. We'll upgrade... Okay. And we can take somebody from wing beat up to this. Let's see. Got 2 in information, 2 in that. So that's pretty fine in terms of where those guys are equipped. This causes noteworthy weakness to white damage, so I'll have to be alert for that. And then naturally the new employees. We got some of these outfits. Penitence and Wingbeat are very close in their handling. And as for weapons, the new employees on the information team got 2 white weapons, 2 red weapons, so it's kind of 6 of 1 what we do. We have a white weapon there, and on the other team, we've also got a similar spread. But we'll give them a red weapon just because it's not too concerning. Not too concerning, rather. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, when I say health, I'm referring to both fortitude and sanity, because they're just different health bars. It's not like it's a mana bar. It's just alternate health. Okay, so we've got the one that I don't know anything about. We need to go through 6 attachment works. We need to do more work with this guy over here. Attachment work is good for this. So we'll go through attachment work through Pusey, who was able to complete this before. We've got the new employees who need to get some training. So let's make sure we get started on that. This will be an instinct work for Genie and an attachment work for Kana. As for this, we're going to have a median employee jump in here. Oh, this is an object to use. Objects are so dangerous, man. Well, we're just going to have them wear it and figure out what happens, and if they die, it's just what happens. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'll be the 5th work assignment that triggers the first alert. That alert's not going to be too problematic. I've got nothing else to learn about Budai, so I only need to go there if suppression's necessary. Nothing else to learn about Bloodbath. Okay, so you're wearing a thing. Those who equip notes from a crazed researcher will benefit from a sharp increase in stats related to temperance. So that means they're like theoretically a better worker. They get the basic information in 30 seconds. I should probably put them to work regarding that temperance. So the person who is wearing it, yeah, that's a big boost. Let's see, Fragment of the Universe. I can try putting them on attachment work with the Fragment of the Universe to see if that works better. Okay. attachment work via Tiffany. Let's give that a shot. We also want to continue training the new employee through attachment work through Kahana. This is also advancing the mission. Ah, that's an HE level threat. They once belonged to. I just paused in the background. Once belonged to a researcher who'd gone mad during their work. It's only been partially deciphered, but most of it relates to the various experiments that were conducted. If ordered to return within 30 seconds, they will explode. Okay, so hold on to it for a minimum of 30 seconds. Good note. They're calm working with the fragment of the universe. That's good. Okay, our next threat is the Dawn. We've got issues going on with the megahertz. What I recall, I need to make sure somebody with a very low fortitude rating is working on this through repression. Johnson's still pretty good at this. As a matter of fact, Johnson's the only one with, like, good justice, really, which is the measure of success. Everybody else is bad at repression. I need to try and get somebody else to be good at that. The first person who works on it is just going to take a lot of sanity damage, so let's just throw somebody at it who's pretty good for that and pretty low on their fortitude. We need more people to be able to handle this than just the one guy. Okay, so that'll bump us up to 1. We need to plan out 4 other work orders. And we need to keep checking on this. I might get a better UI on this over time. So that was a very, very good work result from our crazy person. I'm going to throw them right back to working on that with the notes, and we'll see if they happen to die. Attachment work from the new employee. That looks like it's going fairly well, so that's nicely suppressed. And then this will be attachment work from Tiffany, who's still carrying those crazy notes. Sanity looks okay. That is nice and suppressed. Begins with guilt and confessions of unethical experimentation, but gradually spirals into madness, overrun with insane and broken up sentences about research. If ordered to return without performing any sort of managerial work, the user will explode. So they need to do a task after grabbing it, which they have now done. I get the feeling they should probably put it back. I'm going to let them finish this current work, and then I'm going to make them put it back. Let's see, is their sanity full? Yeah, sanity's still full right now. Let's see what this does. I completed the Why Won't It Rot. Okay, they put it back down and didn't die. Okay, yeah, I think what's going on is they need to pick it up, they need to do work with it once or twice, and then put it back. And hopefully they don't take sanity damage while they're doing that, because it might cause something really bad to happen. I want to make somebody with a similar profile pick this up and use it. So we're going to do this, and we're going to keep working with that with another employee. We finished the necessary attachment work over here. We could have another employee get to training. Do we need to train up somebody's fortitude by having them get bit for a while? That's very doable. Go, take a bit of pain. And over here with the fragment, we can now manufacture this weapon. Alright, I still want to get more ego out of this. I've gotten everything I can out of the bloodbath right now. Let's see. Yeah, objects are really Objects have been really dangerous so far. Okay, so next, the object has been picked up. The person with the object is Pusey. I'm going to send her over there to do some work, because if she doesn't manage something while she's carrying that, she will probably die. Just explode. Alright. Yeah, I think I lost, like, 2 people to the Luminous Bracelet and had to restart the day before I figured out how to make it work. The fact that this is an HE threat is pretty noteworthy. Ah, here we go. The final chapter ends with the phrase "born again." If the user receives a certain amount of damage, they will explode, and the explosion will cover the entire section, dealing massive red damage to all nearby. One's observational skill will improve just by holding this item. However, if it is returned without fulfilling the yearning for knowledge, the incompetent shall explode. Yep. Okay, so that kind of, like, matches with my expectations. Pick it up, use it, put it back. Okay, the next work order will trigger the dawn. When this is done, I'm going to have that person return the notes so that I don't have to worry about the notes being in play while something's coming in. This person's also at half health. I should make sure they're fully healed before we trigger the dawn ordeal. That task is done. We'll return the notes. The notes are actually really helping me deal with the fragment of the universe, so that's pretty great. Yeah, because it needs to be somebody with a low attachment level, but equipping this, I think, doesn't actually modify their attachment level. It just makes them, like, way better. It just gives them bonuses in that stat parameter. Okay, cool. So that's been returned. I think it actually was bumping their temperance level to 2, from what I was looking at it. Yeah, getting ego gifts, definitely in some cases. There's only so many ego gifts that are really valuable, though. And I've definitely been sending new employees back at these things to get the stat ups. Because, like, the Wing Beat is a really good ego gift. Just success rate and work speed up, straight up. I should make everybody work the fairies at least a bit. But the benefit from the Penitent is plus 2 SP, but the work rate success only goes when working with the one sin. The gift from 1.75 is peculiar. Movement speed and attack speed up is good. The other benefit that only applies with the one armor set is meh. The attack speed plus 10 is kind of nuts, though. I need to check on the guy who was usually working with this to see if he got that ego. He still hasn't gotten it, actually. I could have him work on that to get his speed up, but he'll lose 10 sanity if he actually gets that benefit, which I'm not crazy about. Attack speed's pretty cool, though. I don't know. I value HP. I played enough roguelike games to value HP above everything else. So I'm going to send somebody else to the Fairy Festival, probably a new employee. Get them trained up. And then this will trigger the Dawn event. I don't want to work old things and trigger more meltdowns at the expense of learning more about the new things. Okay, so we've got one of these. I believe these things take a lot of white damage. So we're going to send these 2 at it. I mean, we'll also send these other people at it anyway. Udai Sensu will take pretty big damage from it. It's noteworthy. Over here. I mean, we're just throwing the whole team at these. This is how we're going to manage it. Because, like, whatever else is going on, if it dies fast enough, it can't kill anybody. Yeah, these suppressions will go very, very well. Okay. With that dealt with, I want to get more training in by working with Popodai, and I want to get people to have the fairy hands by working with the fairies. So I noticed the team they work with gives them, like, an armband. And I'm guessing that moving them between teams might get them both. No, his armband was replaced. Because he's been on both teams before. What is the gift from this? Success rate and work speed? I could actually use the heck out of that. Please go and figure that out. Alright, I need to keep working on this through attachment. If the new people were able to do this work, I'm going to commit them to the work. We can take this pretty leisurely, ultimately. I'm going to trigger another meltdown soon, and that'll require me to commit a lot of employees, but that's fine. Once this gets picked up, I'll send that person to the fragment. Send Poussey to go play with fairies. And then this person was Tiffany, so attachment, Tiffany. Okay, so we got attachment work here. Rodai Sensu. Somebody has to pick up the luminous bracelet. We're gonna make that this person, why not? And then we'll force them to go deal with Lobotomy while they're wearing the bracelet. Like, these notes, they're rated HE, and yeah, there's like 4 ways to die while wearing the bracelet. While holding the notes. The bracelet was more dangerous, I think. Like, the way of dealing with the bracelet is so freaking specific. Like, you need to have somebody put on the bracelet, take damage, and not get their HP capped back out. There we go. Okay, it's pretty, I have a really leisurely day from this point on. Unless Lobotomy escapes and kills somebody. It could happen. But if Lobotomy escapes, they'll kill one person and then go back away. Kind of tame in that respect. Send Kahana back to deal with the sins. We can return the notes from the crazed researcher because they finished their work on the fragment of the universe. Send Poussey to work with this. Tiffany's returning the notes. Fairy Festival work is done. I need to watch this guy with the bracelet. He's going back to finish up his workday. If I send somebody else to work with Lobotomy, it might escape. I'm trying to remember its conditionals. I just triggered a thing in the jig. When the work result is bad, the counter decreases. Yeah, you lower the counter if you do non-instinct work, or if the result was bad. Oh, there we go. I was one short of that for no reason. Yeah, this counter's just hover. The counter on the puppy is just super low. Okay, somebody has to go work with the puppy, which is my mistake, kinda. So we'll do attachment work here, instinct work here. Anybody can do this. A child can do this. I'm actually going to send somebody over here who just has a very high work rate and might not die. And if I need to suppress it, white suppression works best. So once this is finished, I need to send somebody over here as well. That can be anybody. Agents are en route to all of the locations that are problematic. Get some work done. Oh, the bracelet. You're right. Thank you for that note. That person would have definitely exploded. They might still explode if I don't get it back in time. Let's see what happens. I'm so glad I looked at the chat. That guy was gonna die. Will he make it in time? Will he live? Okay, there he goes. He survived. Woo! We did it. Okay. I've got enough room for at least 4 more work orders before I trigger a meltdown, so let's do a couple work orders. I'm going to send Uri Sensu back to look at that. I'm going to send... and we didn't trigger the meltdown of Papodai. That's great. Attachment work through the new employee. Instinct work through... Tiffany hasn't done too much. Hey, thanks for the follow. Good on ya. I had absolutely forgotten, and that guy was gonna die. No question in my mind. I don't. I want to get more work done on the universe. Manufacture some good stuff. That's right. It's a low attachment that's needed to work on this. Actually, you need to have the 1 or 2. 2 is optimal, but 1 attachment is actually fine. And they do black damage for doing the work. So Kusei is actually well adapted to that. And I think that's going to be my last work order of the day, because I don't really want to trigger another meltdown. Because every meltdown I trigger is really risking that Papodai is going to escape randomly. Yeah. Just on that margin. I'm not like eager to keep it there either, so you could tell your friends. Yeah, if you want to cruise by some other days as well, I've been going through like a mix of games a lot. I'm trying to get things that are a little bit like spooky for the season. But my usual games are basically Dark Souls and Dead by Daylight. Playing Dark Souls on Mondays, playing Dead by Daylight on Fridays. On Wednesdays, I try to play games that are themed around exploration. And my current fix for that has been Outer Wilds, which is a solar system exploration time loop game, which has been very interesting. We're working through the DLC content for that now. We're going to finish off that workday. Udai Sensu is up to Temperance 5. The soundtrack for this is really neat. And consequentially, in terms of these management games, once the new expansion is done for, what's it called? Oxygen Not Included, I will be playing that as well. Moving along to the next day. Alright, we've been streaming for about 3 hours. I'm going to make myself a quick sandwich. I will be right back. Alright, I have fashioned myself a nice quick PB&J. Oh, we got some tension music now. Uh-huh, and we've got some different art going on here. I noticed that there was some commentary on that while I was up fixing myself something. Huh. Manager, is there something wrong? I see. Will you wait just a moment? If you cannot bear to look, you should just close your eyes. There, I fixed it. There was a system error. It shouldn't have been so easily compromised. Now widely used for commercial purposes. The human brain is fragile. Seeing such a cruel and shocking sight may unintentionally lead to a momentary shutdown of the brain's functions. I installed a cognition filter in your display. Dead employees will look like cute dolls spattered with red paint. Abnormalities, even those who could ravage your mental state just by being in your sight, will be reduced to adorable toys on the screen of your office. Trust me, before the cognition filter was installed, many a manager lost their sanity on that seat. Oh, that's kind of explaining why the employees in the game looks a little cutesy. That's fun. I like having a diegetic reasoning for that aesthetic choice. That's really cool. Uh-huh. So we're halfway to the point where we'll start getting dusk ordeals. Got just basic peanut butter and orange marmalade here. I'm not here to make friends. Yeah, sometimes employees die. I think that for days like 3 and 4, I had a 50% death rate in my employees. End the workday without a bad work result. Okay. That means my goal is probably going to be to go for a very short day. I also didn't add a new anomaly today. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, that's cool. Well, I kind of figure that if you delete your save file and restart from day 1, you're starting as a new manager and you inherit the like stuff from the last manager. That's what I would figure. Reduce fear damage for clerks, sure. I don't think that matters much, but we'll take it. Huh. Okay. So we have to not get a bad work result today. We've maxed out the number of employees we can run, so we'll just strengthen them with our lob points. Okay, and I made one new ego here. This is real strong. Alright, who gets to hold the murder spear? Thinking maybe McKenna? Yeah. We'll hand it off to McKenna. She's got a lot of HP. Her prudence isn't bad either. And with that, we'll be upgrading somebody on the other floor. Let's upgrade Poussey to fill that slot. I've also got this ego suit, which is, this ego suit is more of a mixed bag. But it's the test level. Such a big upgrade. There you go. Apologies for eating on stream, but I am a mortal man. Alright, use that later. And I want to keep playing right now, so... What was I doing? was gonna get tea. Napkin. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you have an option to keep going with everything you've unlocked, or you can delete everything entirely. But even deleting everything entirely is still acknowledged. I still remember, and I think a lot of people have this occurrence, when you mess up in Undertale and you restart the game and you fix your mistake, but Flowey still taunts you. That was such a great moment. Like, even now, if there is a game I could play for the first time again, that would be the one. You lose so much for knowing what's going to happen. But your first playthrough of Undertale is magical. Okay. So, I want to upgrade somebody from a Zayn piece of equipment to this new Tef piece. But it's going to make them weak to sanity damage. So I have to be a little cautious about that. Who has... Okay, so in terms of where my things are going, I have 3 employees with Tef gear in the information floor, and 3 employees with Tef gear in the other floor. Okay, so that's 6 of 1. It's fine. Here's what I should do. I already have a sanity damage weakness for 2 employees on this floor, so I should not encourage more sanity damage weakness on my information floor. And I'm very good at dealing with sanity damage through Johnson on my upper floor, so I can afford for somebody to be a little worse at it. It's going to go to either Kana or Bella. It's going to go to Bella, who has got a little more sanity HP to deal with having that weakness. Do I want any more weapon adjustments? So, Udai Sensu having such a high temperance value? No, it's justice value that makes you good at using penitence. Did anybody have a really high justice value? I feel like Johnson had an obnoxiously high justice value. He might actually do better. I also need to find out. Ooh. Oh. Max XP, max sanity, plus 40% for 30 seconds if the prudence level is 4 or below, which applies to everybody I currently have. That's pretty cool. Any other interesting details? Okay, nothing too crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna give Udai Sensu, yeah, I'm gonna give Johnson back down to this because his justice rating is very high, and he will be a crazy sanity tank with the penitence bonus, even if it means taking him down from Tef. And we will correspond for this by upgrading May's weapon up to the wrist cutter. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate some meta stuff. Yeah, it's got to be a true reset. Alright. So our goal for today is to not have any bad results. So we're going to try to end the day as quickly as possible in that case. We don't have a completely new employee that needs training on this. But we'll go ahead and do this. I want to do more work on this, which requires attachment by somebody with attachment 1 or 2. Level 2 attachment is ideal for this work. This work can be performed with a very high level of competency by Udai Sensu. Let's see. I want to avoid working on this to avoid a breakout. And we'll get instinct work done here by a fairly low-level employee who still doesn't have the item. Once everybody arrives here, got one more arrival right now, okay. So we're just short of triggering the first thing. We'll do the repression work from Johnson here, and the attachment work here from, this could be anybody. Okay, we triggered that over there, somebody's on their way, that's fine. We'll keep going with the attachment work for Bloodbath. Okay, we've got the Dawn threat approaching. So over here, attachment work from Tiffany. Then we'll do instinct work with the fairies through Genie. And then those two will get us up to 3 out of 5. We can queue up the 4th without a worry, and then the 5th we have to be slow on to make sure everybody's ready. Over here, repression work through Johnson. It's a very high success rate. Okay. I don't want the 5th work assignment to be Yurai Sensu. I want it to be an inexperienced employee. So we're going to hold up for a sec. I overfilled the sandwich. Okay, there's a halfway marker. Normal work results are actually fine under this. It's nice. Pretty forgiving. Okay. So the last work order we're going to commit to will be over here, super basic. And we're going to commit somebody who has some low HP. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hope to see you later. Oh, when I'm getting up to other stuff as well. Okay, so this arrival is going to trigger my ordeal. Dawn of Green, Doubt. We've got one over here and one up here. Red attack type, weak to white. Yeah. Honestly, there's no reason to not throw full teams at these. Where did the one up here go? Oh, there it is. They're suppressing it. Over here, it's killing some clerks while people get there. That's dealt with. That'll be dealt with shortly. No problems. Okay. I guess the 10% energy quota is they give you, like, they fill up 10% of your energy bar. That's neat. Attachment work here. Attachment work here from Tiffany. That's been proceeding very nicely. Attachment work here from... this is an easy one. Right. Kahana. And over here, instinct work from Genie. Over here, we'll do repression work from Johnson. This is absolutely going to trigger an emergency, because I'm throwing a lot of people into things at once. But that's fine, because things are being worked on. We need to have somebody pick up the notes. Pusey, go pick up the notes. If Pusey is picking up the notes, I need to have them get to work. We can continue the attachment work here from Yurai Sensu. So Pusey will go to work on the Fragments of the Universe with the notes. And that'll be the last task I do for the day. Oh, somebody needs to work on this to prevent a collapse. Who's carrying those notes? Pusey. So, attachment work from Pusey. And this needs to be repressed. Dawn of green, press X to doubt. Oh, yeah. Okay. So once this work is done, I can return the notes. And that's the day. Mediocre result, but it was suppressed. Okay, that work is done. Return the notes. Done and done. Those points. Johnson gains some prudence. His justice is listed at 5 going to 4, but it's listing that he's improving. How does that work? I don't know. Oh well. A lot of people improving in temperance. And we proceed. Yeah, I was figuring with that requirement of don't get bad results, I'm thinking my goal there is just to end the day at a very modest point. Okay. Trauma. Not a single employee volunteered to retrieve the corpse of their cocoon colleague. Original. That's not a flower. Order all the employees nearby to evacuate immediately. I am coming to you. You will be reduced to ash like me. Try a fairy tale. Oh, what's this? Is anyone there? This is from B rather than A. Insider who knows a lot about the company. I'm going to tell you 3 truths the company wishes to keep hidden over the following days. Why do you think you were hired? Are you satisfied with your job? Yeah, sure. Okay, so we can open either the training team or the safety team. Training, if it improves, like... Oh, I see. This is the Asia, Bria, Aztaluth in terms of your level of things. Okay. I'm going to open up the training team. As if it makes my employees able to advance better, that will either make them better now, or it will give me the ability to, what's it called? The ability to train up newer people as I go. So with this kind of lob balance, I'm probably going to staff the training team with fully new employees and just deal with that. That's interesting. The core suppression conditions requires that I finish Malkuth's 4, Netzach's 3, and Tiferet's 3. I need to advance some other related things. Okay. I'm going to use the restroom real quick before I get into this. BRB. Alright, and we're back. Hands washed and all that jazz. Okay. Let's hire on somebody, or we can transfer some people. Let's see. I've already got training hazards in these other places, so I should transfer somebody instead of hiring somebody completely new to staff this. Let's not be too crazy. Let's see. I want to transfer somebody with good health and sanity values. She's on a sanity damage kit. Let's move over May, and then somebody with a physical damage kit. We'll move over May and Pusey, and then we're going to hire 2 or 3 new people. We can hire 2 people who are bog standard, and we'll just get them trained up through work in the department. Can I actually just strengthen this employee? Justice improvements take a lot, but justice improvements make them better at handling ordeals. This department is going to be short-staffed, so I need to make sure they're a little bit ready to deal with some ordeals. We can get somebody over here who has just HP straight up. Let's see. These people will be on Zayan duty, so they don't need help. Let's see. My God. Johnson's like theoretically a monster. Is 84 attack speed? Christ. It unequipped his armor for some reason. I don't know why. Like he's using Teth's noise. He's using the noise Teth armor. Whatever, I'll figure that out soon. Maybe I should just stockpile these points? Or I could use them to upgrade these people in other ways. I feel like I should be trying to strengthen my Justice 1 employees, they're better fighters. Yeah, let's strengthen the employees who have low justice but are otherwise pretty oh, whoops. Okay, well, that's what we have for now, so that's what we'll do. Egos. New employees get Zayan gear. Although I guess the standard riot stick and uniform are still Zayan gear, either way. Wing beat's still better. Let's see, I can upgrade somebody to that. I'm gonna give that to May. And then the new employee will get this. So we gotta balance 3 departments now. I think we're just gonna get a little bit more, what's the word? Loosey-goosey with it. At this point, our game plan is just kind of to beat stuff down. Let's just make sure everything that we have available is equipped to somebody somewhere. We're going to equip May with that full set. Say is equipped. Johnson, for some reason, had his gear unequipped, so we'll just fix that. And then we've got 2 new employees to equip. 3 new employees, actually. Whatever. This, that. Bother with it. And then Kahana can upgrade to this. And that'll be that. We'll just call it a day. Okay. Here we go. So, and we don't have much in terms of missions. We mostly just have to get through the day, and we have to learn more about our new thing. gonna throw somebody at this and hope. We don't want to throw somebody with our best possible gear. And in terms of just getting ready to do other things, we need to assign the new employees. So there's the new employee assignments. And I can assign like 2 more work tasks. And then I should get other people to work on this to increment their justice. Like the fact that Johnson's been working on that so much is why his justice is so absurdly high. I'm going to put Kana there. She's not very violent. And attachment work over here. Tiffany can keep that under control. Oh, this goes further. This takes longer now. Okay, that's not going well, as expected. Like, we knew that was going to be tricky. Yeah, bad result. That person was very injured. So this is doing red damage. That's what we've learned so far. I want to send another worker to look at that. Oh, and the clerks over here increases growth rate for agents. So that's the benefit of unlocking like different things. Information is giving us success rate. This is giving us growth rate. Okay, so that was instinct work there. Next, we're going to try insight work through Pusey. And after that, we'll be trying attachment work through somebody else. Through the last character there. We're going to keep up attachment work through the new employee. And this is instinct work through the new employee. And once he gets there, it's going to trigger a meltdown somewhere, and we'll figure out what we need to do about that. Okay, so here, attachment work through Tiffany's the best suited to this right now. This is going well. And that was on insight work. Okay, yeah, so we got a good result on insight work there. Okay, we've got the Dawn queued up. I'm assuming that it's going to take about 7 bits of work before that triggers. Okay, what can we learn about this? So, when the result was normal, it lowered. Yep. When it was bad, it lowered with a higher probability. So just one more guideline to figure out. But the work we just did with the insight on that was pretty fine. So we're just going to do the same thing. There's half our energy requirements for the day. Here we're going to keep doing attachment work through Tiffany. We've now done everything we can related to that anomaly. I wanted to get somebody's... I wanted to use this as a judgment trainer for people for a while. So... We'll send McKenna over there. Well, no, we're not. We're not. I can't send people with a high fortitude over there. Send Kahana over there. This is attachment work for Noah. And I think that one's going to trigger the nonsense, so we need to hold up a bit. Slow it down. Dawn of Green Dow, okay. Suppress. This should be fine. The doubts aren't that strong. They'll kill some clerks. That's what clerks are for. We can learn more about this. After escaping, it will explode if it's near targets for 5 seconds. So the escape from this is especially dangerous. We should get the escape information next then, I think. So that I can know, like, what the level is on that. Okay, that's done. So I know Insight's been working fine here. I can just keep doing that. Next is a noon ordeal. Okay. So I have to be careful about that, because I haven't dealt with it before. I'm assuming it's just going to be a tougher ordeal, but, you know, whatever. So apart from this, anything else I'm working on right now is just about employee training. So we want to have somebody working here to train Justice. I'm going to keep sending Kahana over there, I think. Yeah, because really we want somebody over here who has not trained their fortitude, but has improved their prudence. And this one over here is good for training the prudence of a new employee. Okay, escape information. It's got a counter of only 2. Its ego looks pretty good. It's vulnerable to white damage. Something about the way that like showed up, the tooltip didn't go away. Yeah, very vulnerable to white damage. A mouth effect, fourth match flame. Okay, the next thing I want here is the basic info. There's enough energy. I can do at least 3 more work orders without triggering any kind of problem, and the 4th work order will trigger a thing. One. This is done, isn't it? Yeah, I can't get anything more out of that. But I can train people. 3. The Scorched Girl. Yep, does red damage. So I could either end the day here, or I can press to know more about what the noon threat is about. I think I should press here to deal with my first noon threat and kind of figure out what I'm up against. So I'm going to have to be ready to deal with dusk ordeals in time anyway. Okay. So we're going to want to tuck a newer employee out of the way in one of our full departments. So it's probably going to be sending somebody to deal with fairies. Once they get in there, that'll trigger the meltdown. Process of understanding. The noon of green. So this is the one I'm going to have to watch out for the most, I think. That's a lot of damage. Okay, these do damage really fast. Okay, we're going to restart that day, and we're going to end the day before we trigger that. That is incredibly deadly. Killed like 5 people. Killed like 5 people in basically no time flat. Okay, so over here we're working insight. What to say? Over here we're working attachment through Tiffany. This one is attachment through new employee. This one's instinct through new employee. And this one is repression through Kahana. This one would be attachment, Genie might be able to work this and train up a bit. Yeah, I'm just gonna blast through to get myself the energy and get people trained up a bit. Either May or Pusey should be able to work on this. Okay, Genie from the information department. How did that happen? Where did they die? Were they dealing with the fragment? What? Did I accidentally send somebody 2 level to the bloodbath? No, because what happened? Yep, I sent somebody 2 low level to the bloodbath and they died. Whoops. But... Huh? But they had Prudence and Fortitude both at the right level, right? It's not Prudence, it's Temperance. If their Temperance is too low, they die. Whoops. Well, I'm going to accept that result. That's my fault. I did it. It's a thing. Tiffany can work there, though. And it'll be worth more energy now. Okay, Insight 1 or 2 is fine. Cancel those orders because the next arrival at a work order triggers the next thingamajig, and I need to make sure people are free, especially over here in the training department. Once this work finishes, I should be able to trigger it. Manufacture the last sphere. Where was the last one? Over here? Sorry, Genie. Okay, they're just saying a line. I was worrying. Johnson, get out of there. You're gonna die. Okay, we're done with that. So, alright, we're gonna finish out the day before triggering the noon trauma. Oh, all the clerks there are dead, so the department function halted. Pretty sure that's what happened there. Yeah. I can do 6 work orders. And I want to focus on this, but I also want to train people's justice by performing repression tasks. And it needs to come from people who are not very violent, but who have an okay sanity. Well, or else I can work repression. Not well. Basic information on the Scorched Girl. Can't do it there. Instinct might actually be effective there. There's the workday completion. I want to queue up 3 more tasks. Just going to send May in there. Train up the instinct of Brown. And then one last task. It's going to be repression work here by Kahana again. But we're not going to deal with the Noon Ordeal. So that means the Dusk Ordeal is going to be friggin' nuts. Considering like how quickly the other ordeal mulched my people. Mediocre result there with the Scorched Girl. Okay, low-level insight is still the most effective way of working with this character. Okay, yeah, once this finishes over here, I'll complete the workday. So, after reevaluating a bit, the game is a weird balance of, like, real-time and not real-time. You've got certain things that are playing out in real-time, but your meltdown counter is effectively like a turn-based kind of resource. You can control that very precisely, and you need to. A rating, because we fed somebody to a bathtub. Whoops. Yeah, strictly accidental, I promise. Unsurprisingly, not a single employee volunteered to retrieve the corpse of their working colleague. The girl begged in tears, "Mister, please cut off my feet. My infinite hatred, I give you this gift." Right. I don't want gifts. If a gift is an object, I don't want it. I'm gonna go with this one. What do you think of the Sephiroth? You find them somewhat lacking in certain ways. You have the liberty to disregard whatever they may say. However, please be kind to them. It's the burden we must bear if we want to advance their department, so to speak. Never had any serious discussion with them. They seem to be uncomfortable conversing with me. You're not angry, are you? Hod, in charge of the training team. Work manual and sufficient training to reduce the number of accidents. Huh. And Tiffany's actually one of our employee names. Promote 2 agents to a higher level. Very doable. We can open the safety team if we want. Expanding the training team gets us... let's see, expanding is going to be easier to deal with than opening for now. The more we expand a team, the more clerks they get, and the more clerks improves the passive benefit you get from that location. The passive benefit from training is more experience gain, which is very important to improve early. Okay, so we want to get 2 new hires in. One to replace Jeannie on the information team, and 1 person new for the training team. whoever we bring in new on the information team can just be kind of a schmuck, because they can just go play with the fairies. The person we bring on the training team has to be kind of non-schmucky. That being said, the only thing that's required to work with this entity is just a bit of health, so it's pretty fine. So that person will be responsible for the burned girl. We could theoretically save the rest of the points and just get people to train up naturally by doing work. It also looks like more expansion gives us the ability to put more employees in that place. When a location's first unlocked, you can only put 3 employees there. I have also noticed that keeping an employee in the same place increases the value they receive from their armband, which is the benefit that's unique to the team. So the new employees give some kind of random Zion gear. We don't really have many new ego suits. Oh, noise requires prudence too. Johnson should still be the one wearing noise. I don't know why it keeps unequipping from him. Oh, and he's actually got the noise kit as well, which is reducing his sanity, but whatever. He's interacted with that plenty enough to get that benefit, I suppose. Yeah, that's pretty fine. We haven't gotten many new things for a while. What time is it? Okay, 3:05. Our hard out is 5 o'clock because I need to like cook food and stuff. So over here we'll begin insight work with the new employee Delilah, and here we are testing things. It's going to be instinct work with a somewhat new employee. We also want to make sure our new employees are getting something to do, so we'll commit them to those things so they can get a baseline of training. We want to promote 2 employees, which means we do not want our new employees to die. Fairly good results going on with the Scorched Girl. Check her, we can display her cleave-off counter now. Okay, so this person died. Employees with level temperance 2 or lower should not work with it. They remember their previous owner. So that was temperance level 2 or lower. Hey, thanks for the follow. That's going pretty well. Let's see, so temperance level 2 or lower, we did insight. So if temperance is required, wait, was that 2 or lower? Okay, we have no ability to work with that right now from the people in this department. I think I had an employee in a different department who can maybe work on that. We're going to move over Yudai Sensu to work with that. It's our highest temperance employee, so that's a risk. We can start insight work with the Scorched Girl. I believe we need to keep the insight down to 2 for best results. Yeah, because it goes from high to common if the insight goes up to 3. This is kind of the definition of a training entity, so to speak. Alright, and we can commit to training our newer employees. This is going to trigger a meltdown, so we'll figure out where that is. Oh my god, that he's taking so much damage. That's really bad. Send Kahana in to work on that. And he's dead. Oh boy. Okay. This thing is dangerous. It's a pair of shoes! It's an incredibly dangerous pair of shoes. Okay. Step. Okay. And it got out? Yep, it got out, didn't it? Did it possess an employee? Okay, I want to suppress her with white damage. Yep, she just got up. She's got an axe and is kind of murdering people. Oh, and she healed when she murdered people too. Great. Oh yeah. Let's see what happens here. Yep. Delilah is dead. Tiffany is dead. She healed more. Oh, depleting her sanity did not put her back to normal. She had to be killed. Okay. Alright. That was 4 dead. 5 people dead. 5 dead in a day is not workable. Yeah, so we're gonna restart that day. Trial and error, as it were. Yeah, these shoes are certainly problematic. Yeah, I think the shoes killed 5 people. Okay, so I think that somebody has to have high temperance to work with the shoes, but that doesn't mean attachment is the best way to deal with them. What's the temperance on this guy? I'm gonna try sending Johnson to work with the shoes, and we will just swap him whole cloth. I'm going to try repression. I'm a very high justice employee, and we'll see how that works. Assignments for the newbies. Kahana's good at suppressing this one. This one requires attachment with no more than 2, so we can send Tiffany there. He died immediately. I am not doing a good job of figuring out how to use these things. Oh look, employee under the spell. He's about to get up and start trying to kill people, isn't he? Oh no. Somebody else. Okay, so... Okay, it uses an ability. So if it breaks containment, it's using an ability that is possessing somebody, and they will have to be killed. So... Oh my god, how do I deal with this? Do I just not touch it? It's probably really valuable if I can figure it out. But I'm not going to throw away like 4 employees to figure it out. Okay. So that was probably about the wrong interaction method. So repression is not helpful there. I am gonna try. Did it kill him or drive him crazy? It didn't drive him crazy, it killed him. So that was an HP-based interaction. So a fortitude thing. Do I have anybody with temperance 3 and high fortitude? I don't think so. I've got temperance 5, fortitude 3 on this guy, but he died real fast, which I'm thinking is because of his method. So let's try using him, my high temperance, good prudence. Let's Johnson's sanity is not super great. We'll move you over here, and we'll keep him over there. And we'll see what we can do. Okay, so repression and attachment killed the person performing them really fast. And a low temperance results in basically death. Gotta be a fairly dangerous thing. This method looks like it works. So a high temperance employee working using instinct. How much damage is he taking? A lot. He took a ton of damage. I'm gonna have to wait for him to fully heal. We could try to send... What the... Okay, so it still performed the spell. Like... Ah, jeez. How do I stop her? Because she's not controllable right now, I know that. Remembers its old master. Why is she always the one who's affected by this, too? Do I need to keep her super far away from it? I still can't just, like, pick people. I also don't know exactly. I think the damage type she's doing is red right now. So, let's see. I basically only want to send Tef people with red resistance after this. She just ran in there and killed my low health guy really quickly. Okay, so the spell it's casting is, like, not necessarily related, and once it triggers, she will kill, like, 3 people, no question. Pretty much. Yeah, so she killed 3 people, her sanity's down to nothing, but it doesn't matter. So any of my weapons that are, like, not on the right circumstance are just bad. Yeah, killed 4 people. She's just gonna murder everybody, every single time. Oh, spam clicking the employee before they get there? That's such a weird way of doing that interface. I'm gonna try that again and see if I can just keep Poussey really, really far away from that effect. Because it seems to be targeting her every time. I don't know exactly why. We're just gonna move her. What happens if we go with this arrangement? So we're still gonna have instinct through this character. And over here, it's gonna be attachment with Noah. Here's instinct with Pansy. Here, I'll even make sure she's working. Let's get everybody busy. No, she'll die if I assign her to that. Poussey is the only person in this department who can work with the bloodbath. Okay, it hasn't triggered yet. I can't know the escape information or even the basic information yet. I can unlock some managerial guidelines. work on that. So the attachment work with the new employee. Okay, I was trying to see if he was, if he had like a panic note or anything like that. Instinct work, new employee. Got a meltdown here. Instinct work with a tough employee. This can be repression work. A low fortitude employee. Okay, we've got an Amber Dawn ordeal coming in. We've got some more guidelines. When it becomes 0, a low temperance employee, Mary, entered the containment unit in a trance. This phenomenon has been dubbed allurement. After continuously attempting to select and converse with an allured person, they seemingly return to normal. Okay, yeah, you gotta continuously try to select them. Okay, peculiar. Okay. That was dealt with. So training for the new employees here and here. We've got 2 more pips incoming. I can trigger one more thing here before I trigger the event. Gahan's good for that one. Interesting. Well, now I know more about that mechanic. I'm assuming this is at least an HE threat, with how difficult it's been to manage initially. Instinct is actually not the ideal. Insight 2 specifically, or Instinct 5 is a high result. Okay, okay. How does this guy actually do work on? Okay, he's got Insight 2, so I can actually have the same guy do Insight, and it will be very effective. Okay, next work order triggers an ordeal. And we're just going to send new employee over here. On suppression there, and we want to get everybody on suppression here, and everybody on suppression here. There we go. Yeah, and these are the ones that like come in a swarm. Awful. Back you out. Okay, that was one of the newer employees. Get you out. Okay, that was dealt with. Okay, he died because he was a new guy, and I didn't make them leave the combat soon enough. Ugh. Those guys are tough. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, the first time, they were the first thing I ever ran into, and they completely wrecked me. And it is not, that has not diminished. Alright, let's see. So, anyways. You didn't die, so you're gonna keep on that. You're gonna work on that. Thank you for having high temperance, this is your reward. So our goal is still to get 2 employees promoted at the end of the day. I still need to learn more about the Scorched Girl. What was her effective work thing? That's right, Insight 1 or 2. Tiffany should be good at working with her. I believe there was somebody here. Poussey is able to work on this. Okay, the workday is technically completed. I want to learn more about this thing. The red shoes. They do lots of damage, but they produce a lot of energy. Okay, I need to know about her escape information to get her weapon. Okay, I went back to normal. The most effective for her is insight at levels 1 and 2. Yep. So it'll be Tiffany performing insight here. We got some results out of the bath. It wasn't great. Next work order starts a meltdown, but that's fine. Okay, so meltdown issues. We'll put McKenna on that. This needs to be, I think, 1 or 2 attachment. Poussey's the best candidate for that, even though she's a little damaged. And somebody has to pick this up. And whoever picks it up needs to do some work. So we're just going to give it to Pansy, and then we'll have them do instinct work with the fairies, and that will be sufficient. Perfect food. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting a lot of energy out of the red shoes. Yeah, it's definitely an HE risk. This friggin' thing, man. So, like, is there a better way to work with it? Okay, attachment 1 or 2 is the best way of Wait, but if it's 2 or lower, it shouldn't work with it. So you want to do attachment with... So those are listed as very high. You get a lot of work result, but that person is probably gonna die. That's so weird. Why is it like that? Okay, well, we need to keep researching the red shoes. And the girl. And this Pansy needs to work on something because she's carrying the notes, right? Yep, she's carrying the notes. She needs to finish a work order before she can put the notes back. If you don't have 3, you die. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you don't have 3, you just die, so... I mean, there are some other things like that. If you send a low temperance employee at the bloodbath, they'll die, but the bloodbath will be more profitable. Escape info. It's got a counter of 1. Anything that lowers the counter will cause the spell to happen. But thankfully, all you have to do to deal with the spell is rapid click on somebody, so that's theoretically okay. You can only get 1 ego suit out of it. It's a very effective red suit. It's also a pretty effective weapon, too. I wonder if some of these will give me ranged weapons at some point. And now the Scorched Girl, escape. Yeah. If she escapes, she'll explode. And that's like her thing. Oh! Yeah, okay, there's a long-range weapon. With huge damage. She gives you a flamethrower. Neat. That's pretty cool. I can do like 4 more work orders. I can trigger this meltdown and it'll be fine. Pansy can return the notes. I've already gotten everything from this other stuff. So I'm just going to train the new employees, since I need to promote 2 employees. Cleric benefit 1. Okay. So we need to send somebody to the bloodbath. Pusey can work the bloodbath. She'll just take damage for it. And McKenna's really good at handling this. I'll have to send somebody back to the Scorched Girl in a moment. Either Tiffany or May can work the Scorched Girl. Scorched Girl's actually not problematic. It's kind of a basic Teth level thing. Let's see. It takes a lot of work on this to get the good stuff. I'll send somebody back to this because it's still under alert. Got a normal result there. She took some damage. Send Tiffany back over. Let's see, that'll be 3 out of 7. So I give 3 more work orders for the day. Yeah, I think ranged weapons sound really nice considering how absolutely murderous everything has been. He's a bit injured. I can send him back in like 2 ticks. Yeah, that's fine. Go head on over there. Actually, I should work on some of these. No, wait. Okay, yeah, I cannot afford to assign anybody else to anything, or I'll trigger a noon ordeal and die. Just chop up everybody. Yeah, I saw one noon and it kind of like buzzsawed like 5 or 6 employees to death. So I've not re-triggered that since. Okay. Complete workday. Yep, we got a B. We got 2 people promoted, so we got through the mission. 2 people died. I thought I only had 1 death. Huh. How did I have 2 deaths? I guess it was 2 deaths during the... But it wasn't during the trumpet. What happened? Did I forget something? Huh. Oh well. I thought those were both deaths during the dawn. You can enter your body through any aperture. It turns out to be a curse. I will love this like a blessing. One day you'll understand the meaning of the desperation in their faces when the roulette spins. I will try this one. The first truth I will tell you is, do not trust the AI. Most AI possess an intellect of at least 10 regular people combined. Some can even imitate human emotions. They can do things you're not aware of. Some of them can lie. They can withhold information. Okay, yep. Ah! Promote an agent to level 4 or higher. Okay. Okay. Increase clerk stats, more prepared for various situations. Increase speed of agent growth, or increase new hire agent stats. Let's see. New hire agent stats will save me a lot of lob. Okay, I need to bring in 3 more people. I can bring in a basic employee to the control team. They might get killed randomly, though. I gotta worry about that. I'll add 1 basic employee to the training team here, but the training team stuff is a little rough. That being said, the training team stuff is largely managed right now, so there is that. I don't have a ton of lob to work with right now. The new weapons are pretty expensive. For some reason, it keeps unequipping Noise from Johnson. I have to re-equip it to him every day. Like a little bit buggy. No, you're not cool enough for that weapon. Who's a higher level employee? You have earned this. Congratulations. You'll go to this, and the new guy will get this. Got something new over here. Over here is insight work, but I sense his insight has increased, which makes him unsuitable to deal with this now. Oh, jeez. Do I have somebody with an instinct of 5 and a temperance of at least 3? I think I might have... Nope, I've got an instinct 4 on the control team. Do I have somebody with a temperance of 3 and an insight of 2? Temperance 3, insight 3, temperance 2, insight 2, 2s. Okay, I can't work on that today. That's just the way it's going to be. But I can still have somebody work on this and get me that flamethrower. Can keep repressing that. This is a new employee assignment, so is this one. Brown to work on that. I'm gonna have Delilah pick up the notes and work on that. And I don't really want to have somebody grab that, so I'm just gonna have somebody work with the dog. Johnson can work on the dog and he'll get eaten for a bit. Get a little chewed up. And then we've got this new thing. Well, in goes a sacrificial lamb. We'll see how bad this gets. Okay, so this got picked up. Who is carrying that again? He's still en route. It's Delilah. So over here will be Delilah, who's carrying the notes to give her the buffed temperance. Let's see. Once she gets there, it'll trigger a panic. Ashley looks really fragile. Okay, go smack her with a sanity weapon. Wait, oh, I see, it's restoring her sanity. Wait, no, she died. Huh? No, she's fine. Okay. Now they'll head back and recover. Looks like a giant fungus. I got nothing from that work on it earlier. And I think that was instinct work. Okay. So it dealt a bunch of sanity damage. Oh, I need to have somebody go put this on. Okay. Johnson put that on, and then... Actually, no. I don't want anybody to put that on. I'll just take the energy loss from not wearing it. That's fine. I'll do that work. And then over here, Scorched Girl, Insight work. Tiffany's done a fine job there. Okay, so this is the tricky one. So Instinct work didn't go well, and we lost a lot of sanity. We're going to try Insight work with a very skilled agent. And I can return the notes now. So we got that employee to do some training, basically. We've got the Dawn up and coming. Looks like he's getting good results so far. Looks like this one might... Oh, no. This thing has, like, tinier E-boxes, I think. Kind of looks that way. Yeah, like it's worth more attempts at things overall. Interesting. New employee training. More new employee training. Kahana can suppress that to increase her justice. Insight work here from... Tiffany just has good luck at this. Yeah. Manufacture the flamethrower. Okay. Okay, it's just doubt. It's not a big deal. Where's the third one? There it is. What are you? 3 non-insight works in a row. Chance of being infected by its spores. Send them to work with other abnormalities regularly. Okay, so the people who work on this have to rotate, and you can't do 3 non-insights in a row. Okay, looks like suppression's going perfectly fine. So if I need to rotate on this one does red work damage. Hudai Sensu's going to take a while to heal up. I can send Mei to work on that. This is really difficult to work on, but it provides a bunch of energy. I can keep Kahana working on that. This should still be attachment work from Nicole. Johnson took a lot of damage, but he's fine. And this group isn't quite ready to go back to work because they're fighting. Okay, that's all good. Some brown over here. That's most ideally worked on by an attachment 2, if I remember correctly. Yeah. You don't want to have somebody get too attached, I guess. It is interesting that you can get too skilled at several of these things. Ooh, I can make the weapon, Sanguine Desire. It's a very, very strong weapon. Actually, it's my first HE weapon at all. I could try to save up for the armor. This HE armor is crazy. So it said non-insight 3 times in a row. That tells me I can do insight work twice without a big deal. Now, I noticed that dealt about, like, the last work cycle done by Urai Sensu dealt like 50 damage to him. So he's going to have to be at full condition to go do that. Kahana there. New employee Nicole. New employee Brown. Benefits of experience. Tiffany. We've got somebody en route there. Oh, we need somebody to work on the bloodbath. Pusey can work on the bloodbath, it looks like. I actually need to be wary of those, because if I trigger something for the red shoes, that's really, really nasty. Because I can't work safely on the red shoes right now. Yeah, you get up to, like, the 50 cost PE boxes for this stuff. It's nuts. Okay, that's the day completed. Oh, somebody needs to work on the ferries. That's fine. You can send anybody to work on the ferries. Not a big deal. Somebody needs to be working this too. That might go poorly if I send him. Okay, that arrival, I'll be 2 out of 7 for a noon, so 2 out of 7, I can send 4 more people to work. Insight by Tiffany here, and learn more about these goons. Okay. Consistently worked with it, showed signs of acute pain. After that, tissues similar to that emerged from their body, and they transformed into another one. They attracted an employee to its containment unit when its counter hit 0. When the lured one happened there, it basically spored them. Spores will cause mental damage. Enemies who panic when the spores may attempt to go there, may be immediately stopped. Okay, so it's infectious, and if you have the same person keep working with it, it gets worse. So you have to cycle people around, and you have to perform insight work on it pretty consistently, I think. That's got a minus 4% on it. Decreased by 4%, leap off overload. Huh. Is that because I didn't address an overload there? Is that permanent? I'll figure that out later. I'm not going to send anybody else to work at that for the rest of the day. This requires medium insight to work on. Tiffany back to that. We'll send just anybody over there. It's fine. I need to focus on working this. Justice is a very valuable statistic. Okay, so 4, that'll be the 5th. I can send out 1 more work order for the day. I'm going to try and boost McKenna to get her up to 5, because if I can get her up to 5 fortitude, she'll be able to work consistently with the red shoes. Her temperance is only 2 though, and I need to get her temperance up by another 1 for that. That might be. I'm hoping the debuff just goes away at the end of the day. Oh right, we can read about this now. It takes the form of a girl burnt to ashes. Even though there's nothing left to burn, the fire still doesn't extinguish. A matchstick impales the girl's body like a stake. Usually the match is always lit, while the abnormality shows no sign of activity. Because of this, employees often speculate that the matchstick may be the abnormality's true body. However, recently the ashen figure was seen crying, according to witnesses. The charred body represents the child's crumbled hope for the ever-flaming flame, which represents the obsession for affection. It's always in conflict with the contradiction between those two. Paid a boatload and that's all they have to say? Well, she's like a ticking time bomb. No one can tell if she's in a good mood or not. We just hope that we won't be the one blown up before entering the containment unit. She won't get any better, we can only try and keep her from getting worse. I never thought the abnormality would be able to escape. We were getting careless, but it seemed that all it could do was burn up the match stuck in its body. Yes, our response is a bit late. Most abnormalities that try to escape would attack the employees in front of them. This one didn't show any aggression toward the nearby employees. Instead, it headed to a different department, the most crowded place in the company. If we didn't suppress it at the door, half of the people here wouldn't be in one piece. So we'll actually try to move somewhere populated before it detonates. I know the function of that one is that it explodes. Do I have the story records? Ah, I've got the story records on the red shoes. A pair of elegant red women's shoes. The design is antique. There is no telling where and how they were made. It overwhelms the mind with the urge to try them on. The changes that occur from wearing the abnormality are first visible in the eyes of the wearer. The next observable change is that the wearer is unwilling to take off the shoes. They will also act upon any and all desires that they may have subconsciously suppressed. If someone attempts to hamper them from acting on their desires or tries to take off the shoes will control its hosts, which sometimes leads to murder. It is unknown whether the host's will is involved in the process, but taking into consideration the sharp increase of one's desires and aggressiveness, the host's primal urges seem to remain intact. Okay. Let's talk when we get to the lounge. I'm just too tired right now. Hey, are you wearing shoes? Only staff footwear is allowed during work. That's not important. What's important is that we're alone at this moment. What are you talking about? Wait, what exactly are you wearing at your feet? You didn't wear it, did you? I've loved you for a while. Take it off now. Do you even realize what you're doing right now? I was thinking about why you wouldn't love me back. It's Emily, isn't it? You were so busy looking at Emily that you didn't even notice me, right? Is that an axe? And you're bleeding from your ankles. Please take that off. All I need to do is get rid of Emily. Wait here for a bit. It won't take long. If you wanted to stop me, you should have done that the first day we met. No one else was harmed. Redacted 2 was soon removed from the company database. They were entirely aware of what they were doing. Afterwards, the Red Shoes ran away, tearing Redacted 2's ankles off their body. It took a total of 23 minutes for them to be suppressed, contained, and returned to their containment unit. Redacted 2 died from excessive blood loss. Alright. Okay, we're gonna end the workday here. Yeah! Nobody got promoted, so we didn't complete our training mission, but that's fine. Sometimes that won't happen. I can't really tell when I'm like have a promotion queued up. Yeah, I think you're kind of wasting the game if you don't take the time to read some of the logs. D. I forgot what the D slash was. I knew it was Trauma Fairy Tale Original. Is your future totally grim? Have you hit absolute rock bottom? Not a single way out in sight. There's also backer submissions is one of the profiles here. Excessive aspiration would bring about unwarranted frenzy. We've got enough frenzy, thank you. Those betrayed hearts sank into the depths, slowly forgotten in the ever-lengthening corridors of time. Let's try this out. Have you hit rock bottom? Not a way out in sight? Living in a goddamn garbage can? A certain employee filled their water bottle with Bear-branded beer. Was drinking it during the workday. Oh. She opened her eyes. Well, that flashed red. She's probably going to harm us at some point, but whatever. Done deal. It might be the circle ones or the Kickstarter ones. That could be. I need to check my options. Okay, so I should be strengthening employees right now. It's generally going to be improving fortitude and prudence. I was trying to get McKenna up to fortitude 5, but I have another option of getting somebody with prudence 2 up to temperance 3, and then they'll be able to work with the thing. But they can only have prudence 2. Somebody have prudence 2, temperance 2. He could theoretically work with it. The problem is his HP's not like a crap load. That's the thing. Dudai Sensu is so experienced, he has like the 70 HP necessary to work with some of this stuff. That's right, her Fortitude 1 is the thing that's allowing her to work well with the radio signal. I can also equip somebody with a flamethrower now. That's exciting. Yeah, so we've still got... Can I just strengthen your fortitude by a bunch? 48 HP. That's still not enough to work with the stupid mushroom. Dang it. The stuff over in the training team is so hard to work with, man. That should be a profile that allows him to work with the red shoes. So that's just what we're going to do. Alright, somebody's going to get the 4th match flame and somebody's going to get the sanguine desire. I think what I want to do for this, Johnson has a very high justice rating, so he should be able to offset the very slow attack speed and use the 4th match flame, which is hilarious. Also, he has low HP, and this will help him by making him ranged. Sanguine Desire. Who is going to wield that thing? Probably a very high-level employee. Maybe McKenna. So now we have fragments from somewhere that we can hand off to, I think, Tiffany. And we don't have any new employees just yet. And as for suits, we've got the noise suit, which requires prudence 2. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I know that you can equip it. Yeah. He'll get attack speed plus 10 for equipping this, which will make him kind of a monster. And then the last thing to equip is going to be the 4th match flame. Let's see, who is the highest level person wielding Zayandir? Tiffany. Getting some serious upgrades there. Alright. Greatest ordeal is noon. We're probably going to cut it short of noon again. Alright. And we have what looks like some sort of weird machine that probably nobody should touch. Okay, so the red shoes need insight work, and we got Tim up to the point where he can try to do that. We want to send Udai Sensu to look at this. And I think the Scorched Girl can give us one more outfit. Actually, wait, she can already give us one more outfit. So the Scorched Girl is done. She's just for energy, which we could use. So we're going to send Tiffany to work with the Scorched Girl. The red shoes may kill that man. We'll see what happens. We don't really have new employees who need work. We've got somewhat new employees. We're certainly not that experienced. Attachment work here for Nicole. We need somebody with low instinct here, so that's still Kahana. Okay, he survived his interaction with the red shoes. He just lost half his health, which is about, what we expect at this point. Okay. We need somebody to take a look at this. I'm gonna send May to try and work on this. And we will see what happens. That'll also trigger my first meltdown of the day. Yeah, that -4 counter is still there. Oh, it's an item. Crap, I hate items. Okay. This abnormality was created with ideas provided by a backer. An old clock manufactured by an unknown company. Its vacuum tube gives off a vintage vibe. Manufactured. One light turns on and energy is charged for each work done with backward clock. But she's not carrying backward clock? I don't know what to do. Okay, so... One light turns on for every work done with backward clock. Let's have her work with the No, the Scorched Girl requires insight to be a little lower. I can't send her to work on the red shoes. I could theoretically send Tim to work on the Scorched Girl, but he's my guy to work on the red shoes right now, so... Alright, we don't really have many people who can work on the Scorched Girl, then. It's mostly just Tim. Other people will have a hard time. Actually, I suppose Ashley will have a high level, and it does red damage, so he should be able to do that. Okay. This will trigger a meltdown when he starts that work. And I think I can learn more about this. Pause that. So we got that all figured out. So, how does this insight work actually? Oh! So I have to perform insight work with it, but insight work actually has a low success rate. What about attachment work? Real bad. So instinct or repression should actually be better here. It just does a lot of damage. Okay, so somebody has to put on the bracelet. Oh, we have an Amber Dawn event for today. Ouch. Ugh. I'm gonna have Noah wear the bracelet. Yeah, it requires attachment 1 or 2 to work with, and it does black damage. I think she can take that kind of damage and be fine. Kahana's still the ideal worker for this one. Okay, who can go back to work on this? Actually, there wasn't not very much damage was taken there, so we can just turn right back around, get to it again. Even though he's my shoes worker. He's just occupied with other things. There's a lot of options to work with the fairies. Okay, so I have to keep using this. There is like some point where a dude's gonna just pop from like touching that clock. It's gonna be awful, man. Okay, something happened to the clock. Is your future totally grim? Have you hit absolute rock bottom on this site? Instead of that, now we've come far enough to... it's the next level. It's the next threat level. Nothing happened when employees lower than level 3 attempted to work with it. So it requires a higher level employee. Let's fiddle with it. Gotta learn stuff. When did Noah die? I had him put on the bracelet and forgot to send him to do something. Whoops. That bracelet, man. Well, sometimes that happens. He was only a level 2 employee. I hate that bracelet, man. I hate it so much. I can do a third work order. You go touch the backward clock next. Two lights are on now. After all the lights have been turned on, it can be activated. It can be utilized once a day. Huh. I'm assuming it actually will kind of revert time within that same day. Okay. Next work order triggers some nonsense, so let's be ready for that. Is everybody in position? Yeah, basically. They had a death in their facility, so I should send somebody else to go do this. And now we'll have an Amber Dawn. This event sucks. But I get to watch Johnson use a flamethrower. I'm not gonna retry the day for losing a level 2 employee, but if I lose more than that, I might. We'll see. Like, if Johnson gets killed here, I would probably retry the day. Oh, he's fine. His armor's just nuts. Delilah should leave. Now Johnson needs to leave. Over here, they're done. Johnson got killed. That is the case where I would retry the day. Now, the thing is, he got to that conflict faster than everybody else because he's just a higher level and that makes him fast. He's got the problem where he's like a high-level employee who doesn't have a lot of HP. Like, he died with one thing just a little barely left. And the trick about the Amber Dawn, it's absolutely the strongest Dawn entity because it appears in this pack, and your employees can never get away from it fast enough. Like, I told Delilah to leave, and I'm not even certain she's going to be away fast enough. Yeah, she got away. So, Johnson, in terms of, like, a loss, I just, like, see what it looks like. Yeah, Johnson is a level 3 employee to lose with a 5 justice rating, so I'm going to call that done for that particular day. Maybe, yeah, let's muck with the clock. We'll see what we can do with that. Yeah, I don't want to give up a 5 justice employee. It's a level 3 and a level 4. So, yes, we can rewind your wasted time. Just wind it up, close your eyes, and count to 10. When you open them, you'll be standing at the exact moment you wish to be in. After all the lights you turn on, down. Employees under level 5 are strictly forbidden from making any contact with backward clock after it has been fully charged. The clock requires a high amount of energy to operate, so it will take a considerable amount of time to charge. So yeah, I think if I have an employee who is under level 5 interact with that, they will die. I'm gonna test this just to like take a look. I'm assuming if I send a basic schmuck over, they'll just pop. And I'm actually assuming schmuckiness is like even a level 4 character will probably die if they interact with this while it's fully charged. Let's see. Well, it appears like center screen. So if you do that, yeah, it looks like anyone can use it, but it killed, I think, almost everybody. Yeah, the control team is wiped out. Some other people went like crazy. 2 people on the information team died. These people are going to beat each other to death. And then these guys are panicking, and I don't think anybody's around to fix them. Yeah, and the coolest thing about that for me is, well, let me see. For a moment, it looked like it had changed the backgrounds to be like an older, less technological style, but no. Yep. All agents are dead. So you can rewind to the memory repository, or you can retry the day. Yeah, you gotta have a level 5 to use it, otherwise they won't be able to control it, I guess. Okay. We've actually been at it for 5 hours, so we're gonna call it here for today. Just go back to the main menu. I hope that'll leave me at day 14 instead of rewinding me to day 11, which is the memory repository. I do think it's interesting that you have like multi-day checkpoints and you can reset like a section or a single day. I mean, mostly I appreciate, yeah, it puts us at 14. Mostly I appreciate that because the game has a very, very trial and error feel. Like, it is so easy to screw up and lose like 6 guys. The ability to restart the day you're on and see what the failure looks like is very built into the game. I have some mixed feelings about that, because in a lot of management sim type games, like seeing the chaos happen and accepting that you've lost as a result of the chaos is like part of the game. It's not always the most satisfying part of the game, though, so having like a short-term restart is kind of good. I mean, having the freedom to like blow everything up and see what happens is kind of neat, but in some ways it goes against the spirit of like having your pawns that you level up and make better. If you can just restart the day when your pawns die, that's the reason I don't play what's it called? That's the reason I don't like playing Fire Emblem, is because there's permadeath in Fire Emblem, but you can restart the fight, and it just gets frustrating to me to redo the same day over and over again. At least this does feel like more like an investigation puzzle as opposed to what Fire Emblem feels like to me, which has like some RNG factor. There is somewhat of a puzzle for it. I don't know. That's not my cup of tea, and it's because I don't like repeating content to try and I don't like repeating content in a strategy game. I think that kind of diminishes what you're doing. If you can try a strategy and then rewind time, I have mixed feelings about that. But I'm not sure how else they would make it work here. It seems very core to the gameplay to be able to retry what's going to happen. So that's tricky. Yeah, like, there are so many, like, the first couple of times you interact with an abnormality, it's an absolute crapshoot, and you don't really have a way to isolate it from the way it's interacting with everything else. In a management sim like, for instance, Oxygen Not Included, if I don't know how I'm going to tackle a biome, and I need to be really careful about how I'm handling that biome, I can build airlocks and do these other things, and, like, put in disinfectors to make sure that, as my pawns are going back and forth, they're segregated from the rest of everything else I'm working on. You don't get that same factor of segregation here, so if you can't kind of check your risk, it's good to have the ability to go back. I don't know. I mean, it lets you enjoy the chaos a little, so that's kind of cool. So this has been pretty interesting. I'll probably come back to this. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep streaming this, or if I'm just going to run this as kind of a casual game. And if I do that, then maybe I'll stream it later. We'll see. For the rest of today and tomorrow, there's a couple things I'm looking at to try and keep up a spooky theme. We've got the deck builder roguelike Inscription. I'm super big on deck builder roguelikes. I've put a lot of time into Slay the Spire. I've beaten Ascension 19 on some characters, but not Ascension 20 on Slay the Spire. So it's like one shy of maximum difficulty. Inscription is touted as being like this horror-themed thing. Some people are saying it has like an escape room feel, but I have no idea how you do that within a roguelike perspective, so that's pretty weird. So I've got my eyes on that. I also have never played the original, what's it called? The original, it's the Asylum thingamajig. The spooky one. The name is completely out of my head. It's the same creators who did Soma, but it's the game they did first. And it's got like Sanity-style mechanics. Anyways, I might be booting that up tomorrow. I'll figure it out. Yeah. And apart from that, we might be doing some Dead by Daylight later this evening or tomorrow evening, because it's kind of in the spirit of Halloween. Although I don't really consider Dead by Daylight to be spooky, I've played it too much for that to be the case. But I hope we can see everybody around a little later today, tomorrow, whatever, as I'm usually streaming throughout most of the weekend. And if you're new to the channel, my regular schedule is on Mondays. I'm playing Soul Level 1 runs of Dark Souls. On Fridays, I am playing Dead by Daylight. And on Wednesdays, I'm playing some kind of game where I can just freely explore, whatever that may be. And currently, that title has been Outer Wilds. We're in the DLC content for that, so we'll be on with that next Wednesday. We're going offline for now. Thank you for stopping by. This has been Jupiter Exile. Until next we wander. Good afternoon.